Today we are remembering Sergeant Dale Nix, the Greensboro police officer who was shot and killed on December 30th.
Yeah, today his family, his friends, his police and public safety family, as well as really the whole community, is gathering here at Westover Church to say their final farewell.
Sergeant Nix served the city of Greensboro for 23 years, first with Guilford Metro 911 and then with the Greensboro Police Department.
Yeah, and his death leaves a void for not just his family and his friends, but really an entire community who counted on him, who trusted him, who he made their lives better. He was a hero. We've had story after story telling us about how he inspired everyone that he came in contact with. His legacy leaving a lasting impression on the Triad, so many people wanting to show their support in some way.
And throughout our coverage today, we will hear from those touched by Sergeant Nix and take a look at that lasting legacy that we keep hearing about.
Yeah. So we're here outside of Westover Church, across the street from the church. We're watching people kind of come in today. The service starts at 2 o'clock. There's going to be road closures as Sergeant Nix's body arrives here at the church and then leaves later this afternoon.
Westgate City Boulevard, I-73 North, all the way to West Friendly Avenue. There will be some road closures today. There will also be a heavy police presence during this time. We've seen a lot of officers really from one side of North Carolina to the other who have come here to show support, but also help in the efforts to make sure that this goes off without a hitch today. So you will need to find a new route if you are heading along any of these roads today. Now, earlier this morning, we did get a full list of the people who will be speaking at today's funeral. It includes Greensboro Police Chief John Thompson and Assistant City Manager Nathaniel Trey Davis.
Yeah, we're also expected to hear from people from the police department, his police family, the victims unit. Sergeant worked with that unit for the last 6 years.
And we have our team stretched up and down the road that we will see his body make this final to the final resting place today, and we will be speaking with our teams throughout our coverage today.
That's right. We're going to be starting from when it's leaving the funeral home all the way here to the church and then back to the funeral home and then Guilford Memorial Gardens. So first, though, we're going to start with Hannah Jeffries, who's on Gate City Boulevard, where Sergeant Nix's body is getting ready to leave the funeral and head to that church.
That's right, Tanya. We are just waiting for that moment to happen, for people to be able to say their final goodbyes to Sergeant Nix. And we are over here at the funeral home right now. Everything is in place. We have the fire trucks that are directly in front of the funeral home. Just minutes ago, we saw a few motorcycles make their way towards the opposite end to go ahead and block off traffic. Within the past few minutes, these roads have become very quiet. Sort of reminds me of the grief we're all experiencing right now as we wait for Sergeant Nix's body to be escorted to that church. You can see there is a line of unmarked cars back to back, just lined back to back, waiting to escort the hearse, which we believe is underneath the awning over there. I do see a little bit of an open door, so in just moments we are thinking that his body will be escorted back to the funeral home. And that is about a 10-mile stretch from here to the funeral home at Westover Church, and we will be out here as that procession begins. Again, we are expecting dozens of law enforcement agencies to be represented here in the Triad today. We just saw one from Blacksburg, Virginia, making the way all the way here from Virginia to go ahead and share their condolences. So we are anticipating that. There's also NCA&T Police and the Reedsville Police Department. Reedsville is about 40 minutes from here, so we have agencies that are coming, ways away to protect our streets and to block places off so that we can have room for this processional and that we can have room to grieve for Sergeant Nix today. Over here at the funeral home, we do have some people that have stepped where I'm at on the sidewalk across from the funeral home. They tell me they're people who live nearby, and they thought this would be a good place to just go ahead and come and share their condolences. And throughout this whole process, we've been saying that our thoughts and prayers are with the Nix family, but this is also a day for people to come and not only just be with them in their minds, but be with them physically in person. And a lot of people, I would say about a dozen, are lining this sidewalk right now, and they went ahead and shared with me about why it was so important for them to at least be somewhat a part of this procession today.
Well, mostly, like I said, I think the department really needs our support, especially in a crisis like this, and mostly for the family as well, to just let them know that we're here praying for them and loving on them. I believe that it would be probably hard to get into the funeral home with the limited capacity they have. So I just wanted to make sure that I had a spot in it. We're in troubled times, and we need our police force. We need people like the sergeant to step out, and they're already putting their lives in their hands already, and to do what he did is just touching. I mean, to know that he's out to serve and protect, and so we're blessed to have a man like that.
And that processional is looking like it is about to start right here, right now. We have just had the first unmarked car go beyond the median right here waiting, followed by High Point Police Department, a marked car by them. We just saw the doors shut on the hearse, and we are seeing these 3 lanes over here of Westgate City Boulevard blocked as we wait for that processional to begin. It seems like this red Charger is going ahead and telling the rest of the regular cars to make their way so that we can go ahead and begin. So it looks like we are just moments away from the start of the processional right now. We are seeing another black unmarked car slowly making their way to the front right now. Lights are on. That's all happened within the past few seconds, really, where they have turned on their lights. Once again, we anticipated this to start at noon. It seems like it's about 6 after now, so it's been a few minutes after. And what will happen is the procession will start here, and they will make that about 10-mile journey to Westover Church, where the actual funeral will start. Again, we have a few unmarked cars that are making their way now. We're seeing more movement by those flashing cars right now as High Point Police block off this section with help of the fire and rescue.
Hannah, thank you so much. We are seeing a lot of movement over on our end too, but we're going to stay on your picture here as we continue to monitor the situation where you are at. And Tanya, I mean, it's incredible but what we are seeing here now at Westover Church, where there are hundreds of law enforcement that have now lined up at the entrance of Westover Church waiting the arrival here.
And so this is the beginning now of what looks like the processional, from what the motorcycle officers are going to be leading that processional all the way through as they're going to go through Greensboro on their way here to Westover Church. Again, this is again at Haynes Lineberry, which is there on Westgate City Boulevard.
And we've been out here for about an hour now, and even by the time we got out here, Tanya, back me up on this, the parking lot was full, and there have just been a line of people waiting to get inside of this church. So many people want to be there to pay their respects and to show support for this family, both the family of Sergeant Nix, but also the law enforcement family.
So now what you're looking at is the hearse there that is carrying Sergeant Nix's body, leaving Haynes Lineberry and then coming here to Westover Church. And I believe that what we're going to do is we're going to also pick it up from Amber Lake's viewpoint, which is here at the church, so that you'll see where that whole procession is headed.
And Amber's in a good vantage point right now because her camera and where she is set up right at the entrance of Westover Church, where, can we bring that shot up? I would love to see what it looks like from her vantage point, because there really are hundreds of law enforcement here. While we were just kind of waiting for this newscast to start, we have been monitoring some of the different law enforcement vehicles that are here. The furthest one I've seen came from New Hanover County at the beach. So think about how people have come from far and wide, the law enforcement community, to come together to pay their respects for one of their own.
And this is on the right side of Westover Church. This is not where the regular everyday folks are coming in to attend the funeral. Instead, this is where all of the officers are lined up, and you see that Amber Lake there is getting ready to kind of talk about what she has been seeing over the last about an hour or so that we have been here.
Yeah, Amber, just give us your take on what you're seeing right now. I mean, a very emotional scene there with all those law enforcement lined up.
Yeah, guys, I mean, I'm just a few feet away from you at the entrance of this church, and there are so many people that have lined up out here. I mean, just look at it. We have law enforcement starting right here at the road. They're going all the way back towards the church, and then the closer you get to the church, you're seeing people who have come for the service today. And as we're sitting here talking right now, we have more law enforcement, more people just joining in on this line. They're all waiting for the hearse to get here. They're all waiting for the family to get here. It's a somber day for obvious reason, and it seems as though the emotion of the people walking up here today, it's quiet. Everyone is just kind of taking in everything that's happening. They're taking in all of the emotions. It's definitely going to be an emotional day here for sure. But you can see we have dozens of law enforcement officials lining up out here. Like you said, Chad, we saw New Hanover County earlier today. We saw Durham County, Wake County. I just saw an Orange County motorcycle pass by. We have a lot of local law enforcement as well. It seems like someone is in the middle of this line. You can see him. He's given instructions as to what's about to happen. So we're just kind of waiting and seeing what more is to come. We're waiting to see who is going to be pulling in first. We're waiting to see who else is going to be joining this line to honor the fallen officer. But the community support for this family, of course, has been overwhelming throughout the past couple weeks. I spoke to an organization stepping up to help pay the mortgage of the Nix family, along with other community leaders helping the Nix family during this time.
It's going to just take time.
As a community continues to mourn,
this is so sad, it's tragic.
Support continues to roll in, touching the Greensboro Police Department.
We are incredibly grateful. Obviously, everybody inside the department is heartbroken, and the family is struggling. It's a life taken way too soon.
The memorial at police headquarters grows, reminding officers of Sergeant Dale Nix's lasting impact.
He was an amazing man, a good father, and an excellent police officer. I mean, the world always searches for good, and he was good, and it's hard to find that.
And a good friend to many, including the Greensboro Grasshoppers. That's why the team is selling game-worn jerseys from previous seasons for $50. All proceeds are going to Sergeant Nix's family.
We just wanted to do whatever we could to help support the family and, just show the community, what hopefully everybody can get behind and help out as they can.
In addition to the countless flowers, cards, and prayers, donations keep coming in. A nonprofit group is paying off Sergeant Nix's mortgage.
We've been paying off the mortgages of every first responder who dies in the line of duty. That leaves a young family behind, and Sergeant Philip Nix most certainly has done that.
I think we've got a lot of people inside hurting. There's a lot of people in the community who are hurting. So we will just move forward as best they can. It's a strong department with strong people inside, and good people work here. And they will come together and support each other and support the family and support the community that's also grieving the loss of this amazing man who protected victims. So it's going to take time.
You have been watching a story by Amber Lake, really giving us all a flavor of what this fallen police sergeant, was like to work with and just to spend time with over the years.
Yeah, we've heard just story after story about whoever he came in contact with, he made their life better. And so then it's not very surprising to see how the community is coming out today. So the service doesn't actually start until 2 o'clock, right? It's not even quite 12:15 or so. And we have seen the entire parking lot get filled with people who are coming here to make sure that they have a seat so that they can pay their respects.
And I don't know if you can see the line that's forming behind us. There have been people there really all late morning. It looks as though it might be close friends, maybe some family members who will eventually make their way inside. This is kind of the other side of the entrance from where Amber is, where you could see all the law enforcement that had lined that are now just waiting for that processional to get here. This is a picture of just an overwhelming amount of law enforcement who are here waiting now. And, just to kind of add to this scene here and this move, I mean, just the way that this feels, the plane that's typically Air Force One when the president is on board has been doing touch and goes in Greensboro. And so it has flown over us every few minutes, and it just kind of gives you chills. You know, obviously, you know, the leader of our country is not in that plane right now, but just the symbolism and what it means, knowing that today is happening and all these law enforcement are here gathering to lay to rest one of their own.
And we know that there are law enforcement from Durham County, Wake, New Hanover, as you had mentioned, Orange County, State Highway Patrol. We know our local law enforcement from High Point, from Winston-Salem, from Rockingham County, that they are all going to be here.
And I know Amber Lake, again, is on the other side of Westover Church from where we are. Amber, tell us, give us just a little bit more insight into what you are seeing over there and what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I mean, even in the last couple minutes since you last came to me, there have been so many more people that have joined this line, just kind of waiting outside of the entrance of Westover Church. And we were talking about the overwhelming amount of support that we've seen over the past few days for Sergeant Nix and his family. And I mean, it makes sense, right? He held so many titles when he was working for the city and for Greensboro Police. He was the Criminal Investigations Division detective, a patrol corporal, patrol sergeant, police training officer, financial crimes detective, and his most recent and current assignment was as the supervisor of the Family Victims Unit. He did so much with the Family Justice Center in Greensboro and had a lasting impact on that unit. I actually talked to one of his co-workers a few days ago who said that he was the Family Victims Unit. The amount of work and dedication that he put into his career and into the community to protect those vulnerable communities was unmatched. That's what one of his former co-workers said of him. He was also a team leader for the peer support team for over 12 years and was the current assistant team leader of the GPD Honor Guard. I mean, he had, and that's just to mention a few. He had so many more titles while he was employed here in Greensboro, and you can see we have so many people that are just walking up and they're joining this line, waiting for Sergeant Nix to make his way to the church. They're waiting for the family to get here. It's a, like I said earlier, it's somber, it's quiet, you can feel the intense emotion just standing outside of the church right now.
And so Amber is there at Westover Church, but what we want to show you right now is Friendly and 840, and this is where the next leg of this escort is going to go. So they have left the funeral home at Haynes Lineberry on Westgate City Boulevard, and now this is Friendly and 840 where they are now stopping traffic so that the police escort with Sergeant Nix's body can make its way here to Westover.
We had just learned from our photographer out there that they are starting to block those streets. So it's, I mean, the arrival here is imminent. And, you know, the Greensboro Police had asked people that if you want to pay your respects, here is the map. They put it out on social media so people could line the street to pay their respects as his casket passes. And if it's anything like what we saw as the processional brought his body back from Raleigh, back from the medical examiner's office, there will be a lot of people out there today.
Yeah, people just either stopping right on the side of the road and just standing still to watch it go by, or being on those overpasses. And so we're showing you the route now so that you can see, and they say it's going to take an average of about 14 minutes or so to get from Haynes Lineberry to the Westover Church. Of course, it may take a little bit longer as they're closing off some streets and they're waiting for traffic to go by and things of that nature. But we are expecting to see people up and down the streets as before the funeral and also after the funeral as well.
And you know, our team is speaking with people along this route. I think one of the most memorable interviews that I heard from the past week was the gentleman who was standing on the bridge, who didn't know Sergeant Nix, standing on the bridge as the processional brought his body back from Raleigh, and he said, you know, these guys and gals have such a tough job. It's the least I could do was to just come out here and show my support.
Right, and he said, you know, I didn't know Sergeant Nix. lots of people who did not know Sergeant Nix were out there making sure that they took that moment just to give him the honor and the respect.
Now this is a camera right here, is a Friendly Avenue and Muirs Chapel Road. So this is a location that is much closer to where we are now. Obviously law enforcement standing by there, waiting to continue what will likely be the last leg of this journey before it gets here to Westover Church. Law enforcement blocking traffic. I imagine those will be the first vehicles that will lead the processional on its final leg of the journey here to Westover.
And of course, we're going to be showing you the entire funeral service live starting at 2 o'clock. And we're looking at the program now, and everything from the Greensboro Police Honor Guard to the Greensboro Police Family Victim Unit will be taking some time to show their honor and their respect during that time of the funeral service.
And that was the other interview that really stuck with me this week was the woman who was a domestic violence survivor, who we interviewed, I mean, through her tears, just told us the importance that he played in her life, getting her out of this domestic violence situation, and just the care that he showed her and her family, buying them groceries and really doing, like, being the friend to this family.
Not just what you would consider a police officer, but being the friend,
Yeah.
someone who saw what was in need and met that need.
Yep. This is a live picture, again, outside of Westover Church here on Muirs Chapel Road, where law enforcement, I hate to say it, from Murphy to Menio, are here because they know the importance of this day. We've seen law enforcement from all over, as far away as the beach. I know that there was law enforcement even coming in from out of state. Many of them coming here not only to show their support, but to also fill in for the guys and gals who were going to be here and be able to help patrol the streets and make sure that, you know, the city is in order while all of this is happening today.
And the same thing that it makes me think of when I look at this line of law enforcement is when we saw the law enforcement and public safety people who were standing on the overpasses during the escort. It's just quiet. You know, there's shaking of hands, there's some hugs and things of that nature, but it is a time that all of them kind of feel the gravity of this moment.
Yeah, and it's hard not to think about law enforcement, their blood family, right? That we always talk about the law enforcement family in general, but I mean, think about how tough of a day this is for their families at home, knowing that this is what they're going through.
All right, and I believe we're seeing the beginning of the escort coming up. I'm thinking this is Muirs Chapel,
yeah,
is that correct?
Yeah, this is still Muirs Chapel and Friendly, the beginnings of this processional to Westover.
We are going to continue to follow the processional as it's making its way here to Westover Church. Again, about a 14-minute drive from Haynes Lineberry to here, waiting for all of those police officers who are standing at that one side of the church, simply waiting to see it come through.
And so we know that his body is being transported in a hearse, at least part of the way.
Yes. What we're hearing is that they're going to stop at some point before they reach the church, and that it is going to be in a horse-drawn carriage. So that is what we believe is going to happen. And we see every time we go back to this shot here on the east side of Westover Church, we're seeing more and more police, state highway patrol, making sure that they are in place. I don't know if you can hear it in the video, but we've had several flyovers, which we think would be Air Force One, but also now there is a helicopter as well.
Right, it's just kind of adding to this I guess, this mood. You know, that all eyes are on Westover Church and on what is such a a somber day for this family, for this community. We know a lot of people from city government, from state government, plan to be here to mark this moment. And it's a very heavy moment. There is, I mean, while there are hundreds of people here, it is silent.
Yeah, you're not really hearing much talk. You're not hearing beeps or cars or anything like that. It is very quiet here. When you see this line, this is the law enforcement line, and just to the left of this line, this is where people are kind of pouring into Westover Church. And Westover Church can hold several thousand people for this funeral. They have two different auditoriums or sanctuaries, whatever you want to call them, several thousand people in one, which is the main one, and then they have another auditorium that holds at least 1,000 people. So they have a lot of space to be able to hold the community who wants to see this, but I know just as many people are going to be watching online.
I don't know if we're able to go back to that shot that we had at Mears Chapel and Friendly. That was where it seemed as though there was, something visual happening over there as this processional gets closer. This is that live picture again. Seems as though law enforcement is kind of directing traffic as they wait for this processional to come through here.
Right now, Amber Lake is standing by on that east side of the church where all the law enforcement is lining up. Amber?
So we're still waiting for the hearse to come. We're still waiting for Sergeant Nix to make his arrival here to Westover Church. They did move the cones out of the way, but just like earlier, we're still having a lot of people kind of walk up and join this line. Tanya, you were talking a little bit about how many people this church can accommodate, and I spoke with GPD a couple days ago, and they told me this church can hold 3,500 people, and they expect to exceed that. So they have overflow seating inside the church for people to come and attend the service and watch the service as it's being streamed. And GPD definitely has plans in place to make sure that the city and surrounding cities they have enough law enforcement, right? So I spoke with GPD and they told me that not only do they have UNCG police that are on standby in case any law enforcement duties are needed, they also have NCANT, they have Reedsville police that are helping out, Winston-Salem police. So any law enforcement duties are being handled with other agencies. Traffic is being handled by other agencies, just so all of the local law enforcement who wanted to attend the service today are able to do that. I mean, you can see there's so many different law enforcement agencies lined up just waiting for Sergeant Nix's arrival. And just like Chad said, I mean, there are hundreds of people out here today, and you could hear a pin drop, right? I mean, it is just completely quiet, and everyone is just kind of taking in these last couple moments before Sergeant Nix makes his arrival.
Amber, while you are waiting there, if you wouldn't mind, I know you've been covering this story for many days now and talking to a lot of different people. What would you say are some of the, the more memorable moments that you have had covering this story so extensively?
I think one of the most memorable ones for me is when I spoke with a man who, it was a couple of days ago actually, I spoke with a man who donated a significant amount of money to the Nix family at the police department. His name is Stephen Womack, and he's on a fixed income, and he told me that he stands on the side of West Market and Mears Chapel to, maybe make a couple extra dollars, and he said he's been there for years. And he really made a strong friendship with Sergeant Nix. He said that Sergeant Nix would pass him by, they would wave at each other if Sergeant Nix was going to a call, or sometimes Sergeant Nix would just pull into the gas station parking lot and just talk to Stephen, and they would talk about everything under the sun. He said that they would laugh together, they would cry together, they would share smiles, they would share waves if they saw each other out in public. And Stephen Womack told me that when he learned of the passing of Sergeant Nix, he just crumbled. He crumbled to the ground. He was absolutely devastated, but he had it put on his heart to go to the bank, take out everything that he has, which was $200, walk directly into the police department and donate that money in its entirety to the Nix family. And just talking to him, he really touched me, and from all of the people that were able to watch this story, it touched them too. It's just it was so encouraging to listen to that this man, this fallen officer had such an impact on so many different people in so many different communities. It was truly a story that I'll remember forever.
Amber, thank you. It looks as though the beginning of that processional has just arrived here at Westover Church. We're going to continue to monitor the situation here and watch as it makes its way down Muirs Chapel Road and into the parking lot here at Westover. So we understand that this is possibly Sergeant Nix's family arriving here at Westover Church ahead of Sergeant Nix's body. Law enforcement vehicles with their lights on, and here comes the hearse.
You're able to see the body language of the law enforcement officers change. So they were all standing there waiting. And as soon as those first motorcycle escorts came through, all of them were at attention.
I imagine in the back of their minds, they think about, the uniform they put on every day and the sacrifice that they make every day, knowing that this can happen. And I can't imagine how heavy it weighs on the hearts of law enforcement to see and to be here for the final goodbye of one of their own.
And all of the families of every single public safety and first responder thinking that same thing. You see even the body language of the folks who are standing there at the front. Everyone is just very still.
You likely hear the jumbo jet flying overhead right now and that is still the airplane that is known as Air Force One when the president is on board, doing touch and goes in Greensboro. It's something that happens often. We are close proximity to Washington, D.C. We have a long enough airport, so they really use this airport for a lot of training. And so it's interesting that that's happening today during this moment.
At the same time, I think you're hearing also in the background, you can hear like the honor guard or something of that nature that is doing some orders of making sure that flags are in a specific spot or things of that nature.
This is a camera that's a little bit different from the vantage point that we are at. So you see the law enforcement who have lined up kind of through the trees over there. We are on Muirs Chapel Road right now, and this is the main entrance of the church where the I guess the motorcade, if you will, and the hearse pulled up just a few moments ago. Now, if you see just to the left of there, the entrance that's, I guess, kind of behind this area, you will notice that there is what appears to be a lot of family or close friends who have gathered just waiting at this door to get in. We know that they'll be allowed to enter coming up here shortly, and this service is expected to start at 2 p.m. We do plan to carry this live basically across all of our platforms on TV, online, and also on WFMY Plus. We also have a feed from Westover Church that we are going to be tapping into to give you some other perspectives of what we're seeing here.
So this church has a very big footprint off of Muirs Chapel Road, and what we're showing you is across the street from Muirs Chapel, but the video that you saw just before with the motorcade kind of circling around, again, the church has a very big footprint, so it's got a big parking lot that goes all the way through on the other side of the church, so that they are able to get whatever they need to get into place as they are going to try and make their way then into that funeral service.
And it should be any moment now that we start to see people going inside for this service. The motorcade processional has ended here. It looks as though some people had already gotten out of some of the vehicles, and so I imagine it won't be long before people start to file inside for this funeral. And after the last couple of days that we have had regarding weather, I mean, it really is a beautiful day here in Greensboro.
It's a day fitting for a hero, someone
Yep.
who made all of those connections with the community. You just can't seem to talk to anyone in any part of law enforcement because he had his hands in so many different things. Started his career there as a 911 operator, and then making his way through the police department, and then with the Family Justice Center that he helped start. he's had so many touches with so many different people that truly he is known all throughout the public safety community.
In our line of work, it's unfortunate that we talk to so many people who have lost loved ones, who have had a really traumatic time in their lives, and we often hear about the people who have passed, about how good of people they were, but I have never to this magnitude heard just the people say the things that they have said about this man, and just in such a great amount of things from all aspects of people. I mean, it's
whether
incredible.
He worked with them,
yes.
Or whether he served them, or whether he just knew them from the community.
I mean, it's incredible how big of a footprint he had while on this earth, and just the amount of people who he has impacted in a positive manner. It's incredible.
And we're seeing that from the turnout here, not just the law enforcement turnout that you just saw. I mean, as far as the eye could see, you saw public safety and law enforcement standing there, but also for all of the people that are here. Now, this is showing you, what we believe is the family and the close friends, but the entire parking lot of this church, parking lots of other churches that are nearby, they are all full with people who came here to see this funeral service.
And it's extraordinary to me that they have come from so far as well. We have seen in other communities that have lost law enforcement in the line of duty, where law enforcement from elsewhere have really converged to show their support for the fallen officer and their family. And we've seen it here today. I mean, we saw a vehicle from the beach, from New Hanover County. I imagine that there are people from one corner of the state to the other who have come here to pay their respects.
And while he did have such a large footprint, you have to know that there are people who made the drive here to be in person for this funeral service that never met Sergeant Dale Nix, but wanted to make sure that they were here. And now what we're seeing is that horse-drawn carriage with the flag-draped casket.
So the hearse took Sergeant Nix's body to a certain point coming from Haynes-Lineberry, and then at that point they put it onto this horse-drawn carriage that we have been anticipating to make that final leg of the journey here to Westover. You can hear the helicopter circling overhead. From my vantage point, it's not clear whether it's law enforcement, maybe a news helicopter, but it really is the only thing that you can hear right now.
It is So quiet here, except for the sound of those hooves that you can hear from the horses. And this is not a sight that you see very often.
No. If you were just joining us, we are carriage as it carries the church in Greensboro. An extraordinary
Guys, we just saw the horse-drawn carriage with Sergeant Nix's body walking into the church parking lot, and I can tell you, it was a very, very heavy moment. I mean, we talked about the impact this sergeant had on the community, and it shows, and you can feel it out here today. I mean, I honestly teared up watching it walk in, and I didn't even know Sergeant Nix, but just knowing how many people that he's touched throughout his years in law enforcement, and knowing how many people are coming out here today to pay their respects to the fallen officer and show their support for the surrounding agencies and law enforcement in general is just, it's so moving. I mean, words can't even explain the the emotions out here today. I mean, we have people just standing here. Some of them are praying, some of them are putting their heads down, some of them, you know, are wiping tears from their eyes. It's a truly moving thing to see for sure.
Something's going on with the truck, but I can't.
Right now what we're looking at is the horse-drawn carriage making its way around the back part of the church. It has made its way from Muir's Chapel Road all the way through that entire long line of law enforcement that we saw, all the way around the side now and back of the church, where there is even still more law enforcement.
Yeah, this is a vantage point that I don't think that we have really seen yet. This is a feed that's coming from Westover Church. And yeah, I don't think that we have seen this group of law enforcement before. They're in a different location than where they were when they were lined along the entrance here. So there are even more law enforcement here than we even realized. So now I wonder if they're going to make a complete circle around this church and maybe use this side entrance where the family has gathered to move his body inside. You just saw the salute there from law enforcement as the horse-drawn carriage passes.
So the horse-drawn carriage has made its exit. And now what we will probably be watching is all the pallbearers now taking the casket there from the actual carriage inside for the funeral service.
And this is all happening at the entrance that's right along Muirs Chapel Road, the entrance that is closest to it. And this, I believe, is we are continuing to take what is the live feed from Westover Church. They have their own camera team, their own crew of people who are providing coverage for people on social media. And so what you're seeing there was, I guess, some of their cameras showing their perspective.
Right, because we are across the street from the church. We wanted to make sure that we gave the family and the public safety community the space that they needed so that they could grieve and do what they needed to do on their own. But we have been able to show you how law enforcement really flanked each side of the entrance as they were waiting for the escort. You saw them all at attention as the horse-drawn carriage was going by with the casket. And so now we will be able to give you the inside view of that through the church's website.
And you can see a further away shot right in between us of this main entrance here on Muirs Chapel Road, where they are preparing to take the casket inside. It's just around the corner from where law enforcement is now, which is the picture that you are seeing now. The law enforcement still lined up at that entrance, even though it seems as though everybody has arrived here. And I'm sure that shortly, once everybody gets inside, it will be their turn to make their entrance.
And we've seen people arriving here to make sure that they would be able to get a seat for the funeral around 11 o'clock or so, but we're still seeing people kind of trickling in. They're parking across the street, they're parking at another church, they're parking all the way down at the shopping center, and they're walking to make sure that they can have a seat here and be able to be part of this funeral service in person.
And those are just the people who are here. I mean, we've been told that there has been a lot of people who have lined the route from Haynes Lineberry Funeral Home all the way to here, just like they did when they brought his body back from the medical examiner's office in Raleigh, where they had all sorts of law enforcement at overpasses, lining the roads, and just seeing those huge American flags draped over the overpasses is quite the moment. And then you see the law enforcement and first responders up top, and just some people who just came out just to pay their respects. I mean, you know, one of my favorite moments this past week of just hearing about the impression that he made just on the community was hearing from the older gentleman who lined the path on the way back from Raleigh. And he said, you know, these guys and gals, they have a really tough job. And it's the least that I could do just to come out here, pay your respects, show support for him, for his family, for law enforcement in general. And we've seen and heard a lot of that over the past couple of weeks.
And what I've seen just in the last couple of moments, as you were talking, I could see out of the corner of my eye, all of the officers who were lining the streets, making sure that nobody came down Muirs Chapel so that they could get the processional here, they have all now started walking in. So we're seeing a break with all the law enforcement now being able to get into the church.
And it's still about an hour from the actual funeral service. We know we'll be hearing from a lot of people, including the police chief here, the assistant city manager. A lot of people will be both reflecting on his life and the service that Sergeant Nix gave to this city so selflessly, but then also just the impact that he's had on this community. He's been in law enforcement here for a long time. He's worked for the city of Greensboro for 23 years, first in Guilford Metro 911, and then transitioned over to be with the Greensboro Police Department, making it all the way up to sergeant during his time there.
You see right now, this is the side entrance there where all of the law enforcement is now streaming into the church to take their seats for that funeral service, which again, we are going to be showing you live from the very beginning all the way through. You will be able to see every bit of that funeral service, so you will be able to be able to have your honor and respect for Sergeant Nix as well, just by sitting wherever you are, whether that's at home or at work. And all of us community-wide can take part in this. And that really has been kind of the theme, hasn't it? Because the entire community seems to have been mourning him because they were touched by his life.
And you really see that when you go into the front office of the Greensboro Police Department headquarters downtown. We were there yesterday just getting some video of just the overwhelming amount of flowers and letters and balloons, pictures. Well, I mean, just so many things that people have just dropped off. I imagine the vast majority of those people, complete strangers.
So many of them, because we've talked to many of them, just saying, you know, I did not know him, but I want to make sure that his family knows that I appreciate what he has done all of his life.
And hearing from the people who did know him really solidified his life and his legacy and the importance of the role that he played both as a law enforcement officer, but then also just as a person.
And I don't know that we've had this kind of community outpouring to this extent before.
I mean, I've only been here 10 years, but I remember nothing like this for anybody who came prior to this. And I know Amber Lake is standing by. She's kind of on the other side of where Westover is. Amber, what's your perspective that you're seeing right now?
You want to be on camera?
Well, we've been watching these people walking into the church, and I want to kind of touch on what you were talking about regarding the memorial at the police department. So I went there a couple days ago, and I was speaking with Greensboro Police, and they told me that all of the flowers, all of the cards, all of the items that were out there were probably 4 tables just completely covered with items honoring Sergeant Nix. And he told me that wasn't even all of it. They said that they have delivered a lot of flowers to the family. They've delivered a lot of the items to the family. But he said that the department itself is just overwhelmed with all of the support and love that they're getting from the community. You know, when you go into law enforcement, there's always a danger with the job, right? But you know that when you put on that badge, when you sign the dotted line, you know what you're signing up for. But whenever the casket was brought in, it was such an emotional feeling to be out here and see all of these law enforcement officers honoring their fallen officer. I mean, it's you know, you're talking about how you haven't seen something like this, the support like this before, and I honestly haven't either. I mean, we cover a lot of stories regarding a lot of different topics, but this is just, I have never seen such an outpouring support for one officer. It's moving for sure.
When you mentioned that, Chad, and when Amber was talking about that, I remembered seeing the video, but now seeing it again, seeing just how big of an outpouring it is, and to know that that is just part of it because they gave so much to the family and things of that nature. People making sure that his badge number is documented there, the flag that has the blue line all the way across it. The community has really just come out to make sure that Sergeant Nix's family knows that there are people here that care about them.
And far and wide too. I mean, you remember the young man in Florida who ran, you know, a lap around a track, right? Because he says that every time he hears about a law enforcement officer who has died in the line of duty, he feels compelled to do something, and running is what he wants to do. We heard earlier this week from the group that pays off the mortgages of law enforcement officers who leave behind a young family. And then, you know, Nixon Norman did a story last night on how a group is organizing a ride on Sunday through Greensboro. I think it's mostly motorcycles. They have like 700 people who have signed up for this event to take part in this ride. It's just, it's overwhelming just how much he has touched, probably without him even knowing how much he touched.
And how the community really does want to get involved. I know there were several like restaurants and things of that nature that were doing fundraisers for Sergeant Nix throughout this entire week. And people were just lined up through the drive-thrus because they were just like, we're coming out to support him. This is the least we can do for somebody who has done so much for our community.
You have likely been seeing and hearing traffic now on Muirs Chapel Road. They have reopened it, at least for now. The processional is over. People have started to walk inside of Westover Church for this funeral service. I imagine this road will be closed again as they prepare to exit after the service is over. But it is open right now, and people are still arriving, law enforcement still arriving. And we know a lot of the law enforcement who have come here or just outside of here. So the the Airport Authority, UNCG Police, other campus police have been here as both a support system, but then also kind of a fill-in to be able to allow Greensboro police to send as many men and women here as they could. And then they're kind of filling in on the law enforcement aspect outside of this.
Right, because there are still things happening in our community right now, and they vowed to serve and protect all of us all the time. And so their brothers and sisters with badges from all other places are here to help make that happen.
We know there will be a lot going on during this funeral service. We're going to be hearing from a lot of people, including the Greensboro police chief, as well as the assistant city manager. You see it on your screen there. Chief of Police John Thompson, Trey Davis, the assistant city manager, the Greensboro Family Victim Unit. And I think if you haven't seen much of our coverage over the past couple of weeks, you might be wondering, why is someone from the Greensboro Family Victim Unit speaking? And it is for such a good and important reason. When he worked with that unit, just the woman that we heard from a few days ago, who was very emotional, telling us her story of how Sergeant Nix helped her in really a dark time for her. She was in the middle of, she says, an abusive relationship. He helped her out of a domestic violence situation, bought her groceries for her and her kids, and really was there as a support system, both as an employee but also as a friend.
Right, and he really started that unit and made it what it is today. And he didn't keep that to himself and keep it to Greensboro. He would go on the road talking to other municipalities and other places and other states so that he could share, hey, this is what we're doing. This is how we're helping our community. This is how you can do it too. He was always very much like that. I mean, his ripple effect goes, we say, through this community, but really, it's really all over this area, all over the nation.
And if you haven't seen that story, we're going to replay it again now, because I really want you to hear how this woman just was so appreciative of Sergeant Nix.
I've never met anybody like Sergeant Nix, ever. And he was one of the first people that I met when I came in here.
Marcia Jones met Sergeant Philip Dale Nix in 2019 after seeking help to get away from her abuser.
When you've been in a domestic violence situation, you kind of like imprison yourself in your own body and in your own mind. And he helped me get through that.
Sergeant Nix oversaw the entire case, helped her kids get situated, took her to and from court, and even brought groceries when she was too scared to leave the house.
Courage. He gave us a lot of courage. A lot of things that he did for us helped my kids overcome a lot of their depression and anxiety that they went through. He was our therapist, you know? Just his friendship and his love for my family was our therapy. It was a way for us to heal.
Jones says his death doesn't feel real, but his legacy of saving lives and being a real-life hero will forever live on.
I think the only thing that can help me get through this situation, period, is just the memories that I have, the conversations that I've had with him that encouraged me to keep going. The community lost somebody very amazing. He was amazing. They lost somebody great. You don't come across people like that every day. And like I said, I've never met anybody like Sergeant Nix that is so dedicated to making everything better. It wasn't just the world, people around him, you know, situations that people were going through, but overall, everything. He just wanted everything to be better.
Boy.
I can see why that is one of your favorite stories. I know we've done so many over the last week or so, but I can certainly see why hearing her. I loved hearing her say, you know, he helped the world, but he helped my world.
One of my favorite parts about what she says was when she said, you don't come across a lot of people like that. I think that, you know, a lot of people just go through their job. It's just a job. It's just, you have to do it because you have to get a paycheck. But it doesn't seem like that was Sergeant Nix.
Not in any way, shape, or form, no matter what job it was from the very beginning, because the 911 operators that he worked with at the very beginning of his career will say the very same thing. And so that was his life. That's how he lived his life. It wasn't just like it happened the last couple of years.
Yeah. Hannah Jeffries has been along this route today as she watched the processional. Let's go to her now. Hannah, give us some of your perspective here today.
That's right, Chad and Tanya. This funeral home behind me, it's where everything started today, and it's where everything will end tonight. Excuse me. Today wraps up 2 weeks of our whole community, including us, just grieving for this loving, amazing man. You just heard in that package of how good of a man Sergeant Nix was. Chad, you mentioned it earlier, he is set apart. That is so clear from all of the interviews we have done for the past 2 weeks. We talked to the Domestic Violence Center. We talked to, you know, people in the community, people in other agencies. I mean, even in our circumference around Greensboro, people knew this man. He was so much more than just your everyday, I'm going to go to work and do this. The stories that I hear even inspire me to be a better person. I think, you know, everybody watching this processional today over here at the funeral home, just so many people from different walks of life that work in different areas, blocking this entire street off, blocking 10 miles of Greensboro roadway today for him, for this man, because as we have said, he's set apart. You have been to the memorials. We've taken you there. You have heard the people who knew him. You've heard from his family. They're just a family of first responders too. His family has lots of firefighters in his family as well. And just the way that he passed even is a testament to his character. You don't have people who, you know, oftentimes I'm a part of a Back the Blue family. My father was in law enforcement for a long time. And when you say goodbye to those people, when they get called out to a call in the middle of the night, or even if they're working a 9 to 5 shift during the day, you know, you always have that voice in the back of your mind of what could happen, you know, what could happen in this situation. You're more so at ease when they're off duty. And this situation where Sergeant Nix was shot and killed was when he was off duty. And it is just a testament to who he really was. You know, he was committed to fighting crime on or off the clock, if he was getting paid or if he wasn't getting paid. And that is why we are referring to this man as an absolute hero today. That's why you see law enforcement agencies from the mountains to the coast, from Virginia, Tennessee. That's why we have so many state officials here today and just high up people, because they realize, and all of us realize, that this man was just simply set apart. And over the past 2 weeks, today you saw the last salute, and then people in this area at the funeral home just came out of their homes and lined this sidewalk just so they could be somewhat a part of today, somewhat a part of the last salute or the last wave or the last goodbye, really, to Sergeant Nix. And of course, we've brought you the stories over the past 2 weeks, and of course, he'll be laid to rest today, but this isn't the end. As you heard from that lady earlier, his memory, the good things you do for people, they don't forget them. And I think that's what's so beautiful. And in this funeral, I'm sure in less than an hour, we'll be able to see and hear even more of the amazing things that this man did in our community. And it truly is touching just to see everybody that is coming out for him. Amber Lake mentioned it. We've all just been pulled to tears because of the tragedy that happened in our area and because of the amazing man that we have been able to tell you who he is through those stories. And we are over here at the funeral home. Everybody left about an hour ago to start the processional, to start the funeral. And after the funeral, we do expect that the hearse will be brought back here, and this is where everything will wrap up today. But it won't really wrap up, as I said, because his memory and the amazing things he did, people will not forget that.
Sweet Hannah, I mean, I know the emotions bubbling up for her as someone who has family members who are also public safety,
right,
first responders in law enforcement. So she feels this in a very real way, much like the people who are here at the funeral feeling it in a very real way. And every single law enforcement or public safety family member, I am sure, today.
Yeah, and Hannah was talking about hearing from the people who just line the streets as strangers. And we actually spoke with a woman who is a business owner along this route about what it was going to be like today to have this processional go past her business.
We do have firefighters, in our family. We have a lot of firefighter friends. I think they're all one of the same. The firefighters, the police department, they're all true heroes, and we should really honor and respect them, while they're here, and not just when some tragedy happens like this.
We talk about the lasting impact that Sergeant Nix is having on the community. We've talked about his different roles while in law enforcement, 22 years as a law enforcement official. I mean, you can imagine the impact and the people and the lives that he touched throughout his years of service. I want to go back a little bit to the story that we just watched about the domestic violence victim. I spoke to some detectives that worked under Sergeant Nix for a few years, and they talked about his impact in their unit, right? And we heard from that woman about the impact that he had on her life. I was told that Sergeant Nix was a nationally recognized speaker when it comes to domestic violence. He spoke to different agencies, different states when it comes to this specific topic. And I want to I'm pulling up my notes from when I talked to those detectives. They just ranted and raved about the type of person that he was. They said that he was a man of integrity. They said that they could come to him when it comes to anything. Of course, when you deal in a situation like that, and you deal in, with cases that are really hard and really heavy, it's hard to deal, right? And they said that Sergeant Nix was able to really bring them back down to earth. One of the detectives said that they were obviously at a complete and total loss, but they said that he was a great leader in their unit. He said that he was a wonderful mentor throughout the years, and lots of lessons were learned from Sergeant Nix. And they said that some of the lasting, thoughts that they're going to have is to just be a better person, to be a better officer. I'm trying to make sure that we're staying up to date on what's happening behind us. We do have some people that are still arriving for the service. I want to move out of the way so you can see what's going on. I know that we've had a lot of people who didn't know Sergeant Nix, a lot of people who knew Sergeant Nix attending this service today. We have some law enforcement that are making their way into the church parking lot. Again, we talked about this earlier, right? But the church can accommodate 3,500 people, and GPD said that they expect all of those seats to be taken here today for the service that starts at 2 p.m. If people are showing up late, there are some areas that have overflow seating where you can watch the service through a stream, but that just shows you how many people this officer touched and how many significant impacts he made on so many different people. Like we've talked about, I've covered this since the incident that happened a couple weeks ago, and talking to the people who knew him and didn't know him, it's just such an emotional feeling. It's hard to put into words just what I'm feeling, and of course what we're feeling out here today. I want to take you back to whenever the carriage pulled up with Sergeant Nix on the back. I mean, the flag draped over the casket, the law enforcement officers standing in salute. I started tearing up. I didn't know Sergeant Nix. A lot of us didn't know Sergeant Nix, but just being out here and feeling that emotion has just been really heavy, and it's a lot, and a lot of people are going to be feeling this, just like Hannah said. A lot of people are going to be feeling this and dealing with this for a long time. So it's important to keep these people in our prayers. It's important to keep law enforcement in our prayers. We've talked about this a million times, right? Law enforcement, there's a danger to the job, but they know what they're signing up for. When I spoke with those detectives who work underneath Sergeant Nix, I asked them how they're going to be able to move forward from this loss, and they told me that Sergeant Nix would want them to move forward, just take it day by day, one step at a time. They said that there's so much wrong in the world, there's so much negative in the world, so being able to go to work every day and know that you're putting your work in and it matters and you're protecting people, you're protecting that community, that's what pushing them every single day. So again, the service is going to start here at 2 p.m. at Westover Church. I talked to GPD a couple days ago just about the traffic situation regarding this service. I know that there are a lot of law enforcement officials, local law enforcement officials that knew Sergeant Nix, right? So they're going to be in attendance here today. So GPD said they do have other agencies that are helping out as far as traffic is concerned, as far as road closures, as far as other law enforcement duties. So GPD definitely wants to stress the fact that if you have to call 911 for any specific reason today over the next couple hours, if you have an emergency, you will definitely be answered by a law enforcement official. They have many law enforcement agencies that are helping. UNCG Police, they have NCA&T Police, Winston-Salem Police, Reidsville Police. It just, you know, the list goes on with all the agencies that are helping out here today. And I also want to mention that this service is going to start at 2 o'clock, and whenever it wraps up, they're going to be heading back to the funeral home on Westgate City Boulevard. But I'm going to send it back to Chad and Tanya. You know, guys, it's a really emotional day today. We keep talking about it. What are y'all seeing over in your area?
More and more people keep coming through. We know that the funeral is going to start in about 45 minutes or so. And I kind of thought that maybe everybody would have already been here, but we're still seeing people kind of walk in to the church.
Yeah, it was hard to see in that video earlier, but it looked as though Governor Roy Cooper had just arrived. As you might have known, he was in Charlotte earlier today with Vice President Kamala Harris on something unrelated, but we knew that he was going to be here today. It looks as though he might have arrived. We've also heard that maybe the Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson, might be here as well as some other state, even national dignitaries. So we know a lot of people will be coming here. And several times this week, I've thought about Sergeant Nix's wife and son, and wondering, you know, how this has probably been such a difficult week for them just in general, because they've lost the patriarch of their family, but also because it's been so public.
They have to share him with everybody, it seems. Not just his police family, but this entire community wants to share in the grief because they do recognize this. But you're right, that has got to be difficult because you are doing it on a kind of a bigger stage, for sure.
And I mean, it's definitely because of the legacy that Sergeant Nix has left. WFMY News 2's Ben Briscoe has put together this really nice story about the legacy that he now leaves behind.
At Westover Church this afternoon, the public will get a window into who Sergeant Dale Nix was.
I don't know where I would be without the guidance that he gave us, the encouragement that he gave me, the help.
A man who spent his life supporting survivors of domestic violence.
I've often introduced Sergeant Nix as the best cop that I know. He is kind-hearted, and he knew how to connect with the most vulnerable person that was coming in for help, but also with professionals that were doing this work each and every day.
And making time to see those who are often overlooked.
He was a nice guy. He'd see me, he'd come out, be on the corner. I'd be waving and smile. He'd be waving and smiling.
Someone who leaves behind a legacy of service for a community he loved.
He was just a wonderful person. He cared about people. And he's going to leave a huge hole, not only in the department, but in the city.
And so now we kind of bring you back to how everything started this morning. This there is at Haynes Lineberry on Westgate City Boulevard. This is when the first processional took off for the church. And you see that the motorcycle officer is there in the front, and then there is the hearse that carries the body of Sergeant Nix. That was the first leg of that trip.
Yeah, and carried him several miles. We had some people who are positioned along the route to see this as it is happening. Again, this was really just about 45 minutes ago, maybe less than that. And then you see the horse-drawn carriage. The hearse had, they had transported the casket from the hearse onto the carriage to make this final leg. That was a very emotional moment to see this hearse, the carriage, go by all of this law enforcement who have gathered here today for this somber moment. And really all you could hear were the hooves of the horses and the helicopters above.
This is as they were pulling into Westover Church there on Muir's Chapel Road. And you see every single police officer at attention as the horse-drawn carriage is going by with the casket. And this is at the very beginning of where Muir's Chapel Road is, but the line of law enforcement spanned football fields, 2 football fields at least, of people just lined up as that casket was going by. Hundreds of law enforcement. The vehicle that we saw farthest away was New Hanover County, which is at the beach. But to see people just from so many different agencies, a lot of law enforcement from the Triangle, from the Triad, all here to show their support. And I did a 2 cents on this a few days ago about how it's time that we start giving law enforcement the respect they deserve. I think that has waned the last couple of years, and I think it's so important that we show support for law enforcement, knowing the dangers that they have to put themselves in every single day, and the families that they leave at home every day in the hopes to come home and hug them again. And Sergeant Nix was one of these people who saw like the gamut of community and how to protect the community as a whole. He wasn't just a police officer, as if that's not enough, right? But he was that 911 operator who really were talking to people in their most dire moments when they're so scared. And then with the Family Justice Center, which he really helped start, and then also helped make it flourish.
And Hunter Funk actually did a story with the Family Justice Center just about the importance of Sergeant Nix and the legacy that he'll leave behind.
I've often introduced Sergeant Nix as the best cop that I know. He is kind-hearted, and he knew how to connect with the most vulnerable person that was coming in for help, but also with professionals that were doing this work each and every day.
Sergeant Philip Dale Nix made it his mission to help those who were vulnerable in the community.
Sergeant Nix was our hero. And so it's been tough in the office. He was so well-liked and well-known and well-connected, and I mean, he is a foundational partner in our work here. So shoes that will not be filled. And this is a tragedy, not only for the Family Justice Center, but for our community, because he was one of the top leaders in creating a safer community for everyone in Greensboro.
Sergeant Nix's work went farther than the Triad. He spoke nationally at trainings, webinars, and even the International Family Justice Center Conference. Johnson says he was a mentor to many.
So much of this still feels really unbelievable. For a person who spent his career preventing crime, for a person who over the past 6 years invested his day in and day out to save people, to save victims of domestic and sexual violence, and the fact that his life was taken, he was killed. I think that's for us here is the thing that we just keep circling back around to, is that we can't believe a public servant like this life was taken so senselessly.
There is a memorial for Nix at the Justice Center. Johnson says their mission of justice is only intensifying from here.
We know that Sergeant Nix would say, carry it on without me. And so we have a responsibility to fulfill the mission that he believed in so much, a part of the Family Justice Center, to make sure that we protect the vulnerable and hold offenders accountable. And that's what we're going to do. That will be how we amplify his legacy for many, many years beyond.
You saw the memorial in that video of the Family Justice Center, at the Family Justice Center, and all the flowers. And it really is just one of so many areas that people have brought all sorts of things to, starting with the police department headquarters downtown at downtown Greensboro, where they have really just, I mean, it's incredible how many things people have brought there. I know that we have some video of some of the different events that have occurred over the last few days.
Right, this is the candlelight vigil that the police department invited everyone to come to. This was the day that his body was brought from the medical examiner's office in Raleigh here to Greensboro. And so that night they invited everyone to come outside the police department for a candlelight vigil and to be able to just come together, to be able to mourn together, to grieve together.
There's, you just saw Chief John Thompson there. He had some very emotional words to speak at this event as well. And, you know, we talked to a lot of people who were there that night. The vast majority had never met Sergeant Nix, but the ones who did were overwhelmed with the amount of people that came there that night. I mean, it was open to the public, and, you know, you don't know how many people are going to show up, and they really came by the hundreds.
And people from all walks of life. There is something very unifying about being able to mourn together and grieve together with one another. And then this is another one of those memorials that is around the area. This one's at the police department. And you can see his badge there, 873, and just so many flowers and so many notes and candles, so much so that they said that they had to bring some to the family. They had to distribute them around the city as well, because they just couldn't hold all of that.
And really, so this all kind of started, I think it was the day, the first, I think it was New Year's Day, when they had a police cruiser parked outside in the parking lot where people had just started a makeshift memorial on this vehicle. And a lot of people came out and put flowers down there. It's really just been incredible to see. Obviously, you know, we just saw there some handprints by some kids showing their support. And, you know, this day that this vehicle was parked out there and people were just dropping things off, it was a very emotional day. It really was the first raw day that people were processing what had occurred in such a heinous way.
The first memorial, though, started at the Sheets where it all happened. People just started that makeshift memorial there at the table where he was sitting. So we know that he was on his off time. He was sitting there. He was doing some work on his computer that day. And so people were just bringing whatever it was, notes or flowers or candles or whatever it happened to be, just so that they could be taking part in this memorial.
I love that sign. We miss you, Dale. Stay blessed with the Lord. Chick-fil-A on Wendover. Boy, this man touched a lot of people far and wide.
And, you know, this was something that we heard that he did often, that he would sit outside of that Sheets and, you know, do stuff on his computer, this, that, and the other, because this is his community. So he would know the people that came in for coffee. He would know the people that were coming by on a daily basis to get gas, because this was where he lived. Not just where he worked, but where he lived, where he made friends.
We're still about 25 minutes away from the beginning of this funeral service. I do want to bring in Amber Lake because she has done some extensive coverage of Sergeant Nix's passing, as well as the follow-up. And Amber, I would love for you to tell the story of the gentleman that you met who panhandles to make extra money and what he did with that money.
Guys, we've talked about the impact that Sergeant Nix has made on the community, right? And all of the people that he touched throughout his many, many years in law enforcement. Well, one man in particular lives in this area, and he actually stands on the corner of West Market and Mears Chapel Road. And I was able to meet up with him and talk with him. He donated a significant amount of money to the Nix family just because he felt like it was put on his heart to do so. And we keep talking about all of the items, all of the money donated to the Nix family. And this gentleman took everything that he had to donate to a very close friend of his. Here, watch the story.
At the corner of Mears Chapel and West Market Street,
stands Stephen Womack. Womack is out here almost every day, so you can imagine how many friends he's made along the way. One friend in particular, Sergeant Philip Dale Nix.
He was a nice guy. He did see me, he'd come out, be on the corner. I'd be waving and smile. He'd be waving and smile. We'd laugh and talk.
Womack says when he learned of Sergeant Nix's death, he was speechless.
It hurt me. What happened should never happen. When I saw his face, it broke me down. I said, no, it can't be him.
With not much to his name, Womack went straight to the bank to give back to a family whose husband left such a positive impact on him.
His wife, I feel sorry because I was married and I lost my wife from breast cancer. And I can imagine how she feels now.
$200 in cash, Womack walked directly into the Greensboro Police Department.
They said, take it down there. And I took it down there because I know how she or her kids must have felt. I just feel like God put it in my heart to do that.
Womack says he will forever remember Sergeant Nix.
He always tried to help people.
And will continue to pray for his family.
To the family, I love your husband. He was a real nice man. He tried to help everybody out.
In Greensboro, Amber Lake.
They enjoy the people come by.
WFMY News 2.
Heartfelt condolences, and we've been hearing that from the very beginning. I think of Sheriff Terry Johnson in Alamance County, and he was one of those people who stood on the overpass waiting for the escort to come back from Raleigh, and how he was like, I just want the family to know that we're with them and that we want to do anything for them that we can do for them.
It seems as though over these past 2 weeks that every single day we hear about some other organization or some other person who was deeply touched by Sergeant Nix and made just a profound impact on their life. It surprised me that someone has had such a large footprint and impact on a community.
And then you think, I don't know, it makes, I think, all of us then look at ourselves and go, what am I doing on a daily basis? Because this man, he didn't just go to his job, he lived this out day in and day out.
And again, I think of his family, and I just hope that they feel that pride that so many people have expressed about just both the law enforcement officer he was, but also the person he was.
Just the light, because that's what you hear from a lot of people, right? He was just like the best person I ever knew. We've heard that exact phrase several times from different people from different offices that he worked with, just about how he made their day better on just a regular average day. Not on a day where they needed something or anything like that, just on a regular average day.
And so we are waiting for the final farewell for Sergeant Nix coming up, starting just in about 20 minutes. We've seen the processional here. We've seen the family arrive and some of the other dignitaries, if you will. Everyone is now inside Westover Church behind us, kind of preparing, standing by for what I imagine will be a very emotional service.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing from several different people during that service. Right now, though, we want you to hear from just the regular everyday people who were standing by as the processional was going through today that wanted to show their honor and support.
Well, mostly, like I said, I think the department really needs our support, especially in a crisis like this, and mostly for the family as well, to just let them know that we're here praying for them and loving on them.
It's great to see everyone here on the route and everyone at the vigil the other night, and just the outpouring of love for Sergeant Nix and his family and our community, our police. We've got one of the best police departments in the country, and they deserve to be acknowledged.
I think that is really awesome and great that so many people want to go celebrate him, want to appreciate him.
All across the board.
Yep. Just people who just want to do something, right? Because, I mean, what can you do if you're a stranger? If you're someone who never interacted with him, you've never met him, you don't know his family or friends, what can you do? And this is it.
And even when you do know someone, right, and you do know that they have had a loss, I think you are at a loss for words for comfort, because
Sure.
there just isn't any. And so you just think to yourself, I just want to be there. I want to share in it. I want to share in the grief. I want to share in the mourning. I just want you to know that there are other people that are with you.
Yeah. We have been kind of keeping our eye on a feed from inside the church today, knowing that the Westover team is providing their own coverage of this as well, and graciously allowing us to be able to show it, since we are keeping our distance out of respect. So, you know, we're going to continue to monitor that as it gets closer to 2 o'clock when this funeral is supposed to start.
Yeah, and as soon as it starts, I mean, you're not going to be hearing from us. You're just going to be seeing the funeral, so you'll be able to watch it from start to finish and be able to take part in it as if you were just right there in there. We do want to share some more stories that we've done over the last week about Sergeant Nix. Our own Nixon Norman did a story this past Sunday that really talked about honoring him, supporting his family, and honoring him.
Nathan Shepard says hosting memorial rides never gets easier, especially when it's for a first responder.
It's very unfortunate, extremely unfortunate that these events happen.
Shepard started the nonprofit Operation Fly Our Flag back in 2019 because of the first responders he has in his own family. Although he didn't know Sergeant Nix, he says it was only right to do something in honor of him.
The more I learned about who Dale Nix was over those next couple of days, really just kind of concreted that we needed to do something.
One Gibsonville resident, Lisa Carmen, says she plans on attending Sunday's memorial ride because, quote, he was a hero. He stepped up when he didn't have to and gave his life to save others. He deserves to be honored for the man he was, end quote. Shepard says seeing people from all over the state and beyond honoring Sergeant Nix in this way is a testament to who he was as a person.
At least we can say, hey, we are here for you. We support you, whether it's to his family and or to the department.
I mean, that is going to be such a sight to be able to see hundreds of people out on this ride on Sunday.
And I love that people are supporting him in whatever way that they do best, right? They're not conforming to anything else. This is how we show love and support, and this is how we're going to do that. Hannah Jeffries is there at Haynes Lineberry. And Hannah, I mean, I've just been touched about how emotional you have been as you have been talking about Sergeant Nix, knowing your family as well also involved in law enforcement.
Yeah, I mean, Tanya, it's been just, this is the talk of the town, right? This whole event that happened 2 weeks ago, that's all anybody's been talking about it. You know, you mentioned the name Nix and everyone knows the story. And, you know, growing up in a law enforcement family, my dad was also shot while he was off duty, and that's the first memory that I have. And a lot of people who are showing up today have been in those situations, or not have been in that exact situation, but know the risk that a loved one takes when they are called into work in the middle of the night, or even if they have as much passion as Sergeant Nix, even when they're just drinking their coffee on their laptop at their regular Sheetz gas station. And it is such a risk, but it all brings it back, it circles back to purpose for me, you know, our purpose and his purpose and just his purpose. I don't think there's any other way. I think this man died fulfilling his purpose to serve and protect, and that is just such a beautiful thing too. And that's why we have just been over and over and over again referring to him as a hero here in the Triad. You know, it truly is such a touching story and brings me to tears today. I have been so honored to just be able to wear the double badge of the Greensboro Police Department, and just some of the people who had to work today, former officers who couldn't be here because they had to work. One of them gave me this to wear today, and of course I'll return it, but he told me that He has worn it for funerals. He has worn it when his daughter was initiated onto the police force. And the people that do this job, they just take so much pride in it. And you don't have people protecting your city with any ill intentions. I mean, this man was truly just trying to serve and protect, and he took an oath to do that. And it truly is just such a beautiful thing that we have people who would pay the ultimate sacrifice, like Sergeant Nix did on that day 2 weeks ago. And over the past 2 weeks, I've been covering this story, and this vibe today is very similar to the vibe at the memorial that took place about a week ago near Greensboro office buildings, and just so many people there. There is something about seeing a whole set of North Carolina state troopers in line, marching back to back, and in the same position. You know that something is serious, something is heartfelt, that there is something to be said here. And that is a whole different situation than simply standing there for someone. And what I learned during that memorial about a week ago is that Sergeant Nix dedicated his career to homicide prevention. He didn't want people to be shooting people for no reason on the streets. He was very, very dedicated to that. And to know that that was the same thing that killed him is incredibly, tragically ironic. And you know, you just sit back and you think about all the people who are out here, all the people who showed up here this morning, just wanting to have some part in this, some part in his final goodbye. And it just shows that this is more than just an immediate circle, but this is a whole circumference of the triad. Even greater than that, this is affecting the whole state of North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee. We saw a patrol car here from Blacksburg, Virginia. Those brothers and sisters, that blue blood runs through those veins and back the blue. Those brothers and sisters are a die-hard family, and they are here for Sergeant Nix and his family. You know, Chad mentioned this earlier. Last night, I was just up praying for Sergeant Nix's wife and his son. Those are who survived him, his wife and his son. And I can only imagine, you know, all of the amazing things that Sergeant Nix taught his son, just to serve and protect. And I believe that his son will also be a hero for us. We're talking about the Nix family. They have people in fire and rescue. Sergeant Nix himself, he was in the domestic violence family justice center and the police department, 911 dispatch. I mean, this truly is a triad family, the Nix family, that is dedicated to us. And the community has showed up and showed out today to say thank you, even if they didn't know him. Some law enforcement officers paying that final salute, and then some just everyday people putting their hands behind their back and nodding their heads just to say thank you to this man who died trying to make our community a much better place. And it is, you know, moving forward, it is something, you know, today after the funeral, they'll come back here to the funeral, to this funeral home, and his body will be here, brought back here in the hearse. But this isn't something that ends today. For all the people's lives that he touched, they will remember that forever.
Thank you, Hannah. And you know, she mentioned it was just about a week or so ago, a week and a day, when we had that whole entire escort service from Raleigh here to Greensboro. And to me, that's almost kind of when like the community grieving really started.
And I mean, we saw it at every overpass along the entire, I mean, you know, the distance from Raleigh to Greensboro is long. And to have the law enforcement and the fire trucks and the EMS workers and just the everyday people who stopped whatever they were doing to come out to pay their respects was incredible along the entire route.
Right, and Amber Lake, she really was able to kind of put all of that together, because we were able to show it to you as it was happening, but she put it all together so you can see what happened that afternoon.
It's a trip no family wants to make. Escorted nearly 85 miles home with their fallen officer. Sergeant Philip Dale Nix is in Greensboro now. His journey home started in Raleigh at the medical examiner's office. It was a quiet, somber afternoon as law enforcement followed in behind the Guilford County ambulance carrying Sergeant Nix. As rubber met pavement and the escort neared home, Support for Sergeant Nix grew. Officers stood in salute as the convoy passed.
All the law enforcement agencies are very, very close, and we support each other, and certainly in a time like this, we're going to support agencies that are not in Alamance County, and we have come together to do that for Officer Nix.
Even people who didn't know Sergeant Nix took time out of their day to pay respects.
There's so much violence going on now that they have a job that I would not want at all. I'm just admire their courage to be out here, and the least I can do is come out here and tip my hat to them.
As the ambulance pulled into the funeral home, the parking lot filled with support. And you know, covering this the last few days and talking to people who have been impacted or just touched in general by Sergeant Nix has been an overwhelming feeling for me. It's been an overwhelming feeling for our station. We cover stories like this all the time, right? We cover loss, we cover destruction, we cover a lot of negative things. And when we're able to cover something like this and really see the impact that one person had on so many people, it really touches us as a newsroom. And I know that I felt it. Obviously, you know, our other reporter, Hannah Jeffries, has felt it. All of our people in the newsroom specifically have really been impacted.
Well,
Sergeant
We've been listening to Amber Lake just kind of give her perspective on what the last week and a half has been like, both covering this story, but also just learning so much about Sergeant Nix. And we continue to learn things about him that we don't really get the privilege to know as someone who, just outsiders, right? I mean, in his obituary, they talked about his love for his family, that his greatest love was for his family. Apparently, he often referenced his family as a team. At home, he would say, "It's us against the world." Sergeant Nix was so proud of his son, Will. They loved spending time together. He was the ultimate caretaker and spent many hours doing home projects and remodeling. In addition, Sergeant Nix was an avid reader. He and his wife had been married for 20 years.
So the funeral service is going to be in about 9 minutes or so here at Westover Church, and we were just handed one of these. This is the program for today's service, celebrating the life of Sergeant Philip Dale Nix. And it kind of goes through what the service is going to talk about for today, and who is involved in this service as well. Everything from bagpipers from the High Point Police Department and the Greensboro Fire Department Honor Guard. There's going to be a bugler here as well from the High Point Police Department Honor Guard. So we're going to be hearing kind of from all of his public safety like family as well. And we know that the Chief of Police, John Thompson, will be speaking today, as well as the Assistant City Manager, Trey Mayo. So we'll be hearing from really the leaders of this city. We imagine Mayor Vaughn will be here as well. We're also going to be hearing from the Family Justice Center, or was it the Greensboro Family Victims Unit? Yeah, they're going to have some reflections. So there's at least 4 or so people that are talking about their reflections about him. And so there's a couple of different people there. You're going to hear several songs as well as you're going to hear the policeman's prayer. They're going to read the policeman's prayer during one of the sessions as well during the funeral service. And it's as you can imagine, they're saying, "One last thing, Lord, keep me by thy saving grace, that when my tour of duty is up in my life, my name may be written in the book of life." And it just talks about the seriousness of their job, and how they want to protect others, and how then they also want to preserve their life as well. And how fitting for Sergeant Nix, because we have seen it time and time again and said it, that his legacy is so solidified in this community. From what we understand, he hasn't lived anywhere else. He went to Smith High School, he went to UNCG, he went through the Greensboro Police Department's academy. He is Greensboro. He is Greensboro. Born and bred, yes. Right.
married his wife here. They raised a son here. I mean, this is a man who embodies both the city of Greensboro, but also just like a good person.
Somebody who they say, you just make my life better every day.
Yeah.
What a fantastic thing to be said about you, that you just make my life better every single day. And I don't doubt that those people also told him that as he was living, because it seemed like he had the relationships like that with all of those people, that he was able to say that and be told that as well.
We have more coverage of just the guy that Sergeant Nix was and the impact that he left on some others. I think we're going to take a look at another piece here.
Hey guys, so I just want to kind of jump in and talk about a little about the emotion that I felt today compared to the emotion that I felt in Raleigh whenever Sergeant Nix was escorted from Raleigh to the funeral home in Greensboro. Obviously, just a little backstory on that. It's state law that whenever an officer is killed in the line of duty, that the state medical examiner performs the autopsy. So that's why Sergeant Nix was in Raleigh that day. But the escort, I don't even know if we have video that we can show, but the escort from Raleigh to Greensboro was moving. It was absolutely breathtaking. Not only were there so many law enforcement vehicles around the Guilford County EMS ambulance that was taking Sergeant Nix to Greensboro, not only did you see so many officers on the road that day, but just going under the overpasses, right? Going under the bridges and seeing all of the people, all of the law enforcement, all of the first responders just standing there in salute, standing there just watching, praying, crying. It was such a touching moment to see all of that, and I hope that we're showing some of that video right now, because just to be a part of that and to follow that escort back home to Greensboro was so emotional and absolutely amazing. Today, it's almost like it was even more emotional than what we had on Wednesday. I mean, we brought him home on Wednesday and we brought him to Greensboro to that funeral home, and today he was able to come down here, come to Westover Church, make his way to the church along with the family ahead of him. And, you know, seeing these law enforcement officials lined up outside of the church and not hearing anything. It was so quiet when Sergeant Nix arrived this afternoon, as he arrived in the horse-drawn carriage. I mean, I've never seen anything like it, and I teared up. I know a lot of the media outlets out here were tearing up. It was just such a moving moment, because this fallen officer was loved by so many, and the community is just throwing their support to the Nix family. They're throwing their support to GPD. I talked with the community engagement director for Greensboro Police a couple of days ago, and she said that the outpouring of love and support for the department has been overwhelming for them as well. She explained to me that Sergeant Nix was a loving husband, a loving father, and had such a critical, important role at the department. He will truly be missed. She even was tearing up and crying to me as she was explaining to me the type of person that he was. So, I mean, just being out here today and feeling that heaviness, words can't even express, guys. I'm sure it's the same for y'all.
And so we have been out here since about noon or so, and that is when all of this started, when the hearse with the casket was leaving Haynes Lineberry and then making the way here to Westover Church.
And I'd like to play some of these videos back so you can see just how moving it was to see some of this, and I'll let you listen in as well. Boy, just incredibly moving to see and to hear. Just quiet. A somber quiet. You know, and then you hear just the clomping of the horse hooves.
Reverent, for sure. It has been that way since the first time that we started the initial escort from Raleigh, and we're seeing that same mood, that same heartfelt reverence again.
And we are standing by outside of Westover Church, awaiting the beginning of this funeral service. We know it was expected to start at 2 o'clock, and we have cameras inside that are going to be sharing this service with us. We will be carrying it basically across the board on TV, online, and on WFMY Plus. I think the overarching theme that we have seen over the past week and a half is just the support from the community. We talked to some more people today just about showing that support.
We have a personal vested interest in the police department, and we don't respect and honor our first responders enough. And I know how this has affected our family member and the community, and I just wanted to show my respects today.
It doesn't matter if you're on duty, off duty, you're always a police officer. I'm actually a volunteer firefighter as of right now as well, and if I'm on duty, off duty, I'm still a firefighter. So I feel the same as the police department. He was just trying to do his duty, stop a crime that he witnessed, and it just ended badly for him. I really feel bad for his family. Again, I feel very sad for the department as well.
I want to go back to something that he said. He said on duty or off duty.
Yes.
And that really was, the case in Sergeant Nix's final time on earth, right? He was off duty and he saw something happening and wanted to intervene. He wasn't a police officer at that moment, but he was a person, like a good person.
Always wanting to make the difference, always wanting to make the world a better place. We know that this is going to be starting within a couple of minutes or so. We're going to be bringing you the stream there. Every person who is walking in is getting one of these right here. This is the program for the funeral service. And you're going to be hearing several different songs. You're going to be hearing from the police chief, the assistant city manager. You're going to be hearing from the Oak Ridge United Methodist Church choir, so their family home church there. And you're going to be hearing the policeman's prayer as well. And then at the end of that, you're going to be hearing bagpipes, and you're also going to be hearing a 21-gun salute, as well as taps. So it is going to be a full funeral service as maybe you've never experienced before.
I just can't even imagine the emotions that will be flowing through that church, and just all of the people hearing about the kind of guy that he was, and the kind of guy that Greensboro really lost. And it sounds like the service is starting now. Let's take a look.
You may be seated. Hear the word of grace that is offered through Jesus Christ, where Jesus said, I am the resurrection and I am the life. Those who believe in me, even though they die, yet shall they live. And whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last. I died, and behold, I am alive forevermore, and I hold the keys of hell and death. Because I live, you shall live also. Friends, we are gathered here to praise God and to witness to our faith as we celebrate the life of Sergeant Philip Dale Nix. We come together in grief, acknowledging our human loss. And we ask that God may grant us grace, that in our pain we may find comfort, in our sorrow we may find hope, and yes, even in death we will find the resurrection. Let us pray. Eternal God, we praise you for the great company of all those who have finished their course in faith and now rest from their labor. We praise you for those dear to us whom we name in our hearts before you. Especially we praise you for Dale Nix, whom you have graciously received into your holy presence. To all of these, grant your peace. Let perpetual light shine upon them and help us so to believe where we have not seen, that your presence may lead us through our years and bring us at last with them into the joy of your home, not made with hands, but eternal in the heavens. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen. Many of you gathered here probably were taught the 23rd Psalm, something you may have been taught in class or maybe by your parents or grandparents or a Sunday school teacher. And so as I read the 23rd Psalm, if you feel led to do so to join me, I would be honored to have you join me. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Good afternoon. My name is Sonia Desai, and I am the manager at the Guilford County Family Justice Center in Greensboro. I first met Sergeant Nix almost 16 years ago in CID over at the MMOB building. You old schoolers know exactly where that is. I was the victim advocate, and he was a fraud detective at the time. I referred to Sergeant Nix as the guy with the cool hair. However, it was 6 years ago when he was assigned to the Family Victims Unit as the sergeant at the Guilford County Family Justice Center is when our friendship began. During this message, I will refer to Sergeant Nix as Dale because that is how I knew him. Dale and I were instant friends when we walked through the doors of the Family Justice Center. We were inseparable, and it was rare that you would see one of us without the other. We had many conversations about our Jeeps, Kelly and Will, and the books that he was reading. In fact, one day he came to me and said, "Hey buddy, I've had to switch up my reading place. You see, up until a few years ago, you could find Dale at the Starbucks, drinking a cup of coffee at Quaker Village across from Guilford College, reading his book." So when I asked him, "Well, why do you need to change your reading spot?" And he quickly replied in that stern voice that he had, "Well, Sonia, there's just too many liberals out there." Here's the thing about Dale. He could get along with anyone. People were drawn to him because they knew he genuinely cared. He considered all helpers to be family. He believed in the servant's heart. He was very opinionated. He would always respect the opposing argument, but it was really difficult to sway him. I thought to myself over the past few days, I know a lot about Dale, but I had no idea what kind of music he listened to. You see, anytime we rode out together in his car, he always put conservative talk radio on for me. We were so different from different walks of life, but we had so many similarities. One of the many things that Dale and I have in common was our values and beliefs around victimization and crime. We both felt strongly about keeping victims safe and holding offenders accountable for the violent crimes that they have committed. We did this through our high-risk case review, attending first appearances so that we could get high bonds, and assisting clients with their needs. It was often that Dale would sit with victims of abuse and look them in the eye and say, "You got this. You do not deserve to be hurt. Your life matters." Dale would often say that I acted more like a cop and he was more of a victim advocate. He had a presence that could calm a victim down in a heartbeat. Me, on the other hand, was all about catching bad guys. I would say to Dale, "Hey, can we just go after that bad guy? I'm sure it's fine to break down the door and just go in and get him." And he would say, "Sonia, have you heard of this thing called probable cause?" What a technicality. To the Family Victims Unit, he loved being with you. He loved mentoring you. He was already so proud of you. But after these past few days, I know that he would have been so proud. He absolutely adored you. To the Family Justice Center, boy, did we drive him crazy. Dale loved you. He taught us what it meant to be part of a larger family whose mission was to do good in the world. Will, he was so proud of you. The day you got your driver's permit, he called me and exclaimed, "He did it." He told me everything that you were doing to your Jeep and the things that you were going to do to your Jeep. And he was so excited about you playing lacrosse. Watch out, Northwest lacrosse team. You just gained about 1,000 fans. And finally, I know you and your dad talked about being counselors at Camp Hope. Will, you will be there. I cannot think of a better way for you to honor your dad's legacy than working with youth who have been impacted by trauma and abuse. You will make a fine counselor. Kelly, he loved you deeply and fierce, just the way that you loved him. It was so apparent because he talked about you all of the time. He loved your family dinner nights at Stoke Ridge Tavern, Every home project he ever completed was because he wanted your home to be your sanctuary. He often referred to you, Will, and him being a team. You told us that he would often say, "It's us against the world." I wish you were standing where I am standing right now. I see a sea of blue. I see a sea of love. I see love, so much love. It is a glorious sight up here. Let me be clear, it is now all of us against the world. We got you guys. And finally, Dale and I presented together many times. This past year, we were lucky and honored to present on the national stage at the Alliance for Hope Family Justice Conference in San Diego. We were presenting on high-risk teams and highlighting the good work in Guilford County. Typically, we would introduce each other. So he would introduce me and I would introduce him. In fact, the last time he introduced me, he said all these really great things about me, which I was like, this is great. But he introduced me as his best friend. Please allow me to introduce Sergeant Dale Nix one last time. Sergeant Dale Nix was a 22-year veteran of the Greensboro Police Department. Sergeant Dale Nix began his public service career as a 911 telecommunicator. Sergeant Dale Nix was a financial crimes detective, patrol corporal, patrol sergeant, and police training officer. Sergeant Dale Nix was a team leader for the Greensboro Police Department's Honor Guard. Sergeant Dale Nix was a member of the peer support team. Sergeant Dale Nix was the detective sergeant of the Family Victims Unit at the Guilford County Family Justice Center. Sergeant Dale Nix was a member of the High Risk Case Team Review, Elder Justice Leadership Team, Child Fatality Review, and so many more. Sergeant Dale Nix was a national presenter and trainer. Sergeant Dale Nix was a best friend to all. Sergeant Dale Nix was a loving husband and father and of his family. And finally, Sergeant Dale Nix confronted evil so he could protect us. Sergeant Dale Nix was a patriot. Sergeant Dale Nix is the definition of what it means to be a cop in America. Sergeant Dale Nix.
My name is Katherine Johnson, and I'm the director of the Guilford County Family Justice Center. As you just heard in Sonia's stories about friendship and shared passion, Sergeant Nix's extensive policing experience, coupled with an undeniable commitment to serving his community, especially the vulnerable, victims of child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, and elder abuse. He charted a new era for our Family Justice Center, community, and nation. Sergeant Nix was transformational. The think outside of the box vision of Sergeant Nix's mentor and longtime friend, retired Greensboro Police Captain Karen Walters, about how police should integrate with other agencies to increase victim safety, enhance offender accountability, became a reality under Sergeant Nix's leadership. As true leaders translate a vision into reality. Now, the Alliance for Hope International President and CEO, who is with us here today, Casey Gwynn, along with other national leaders who love Dale, and they're seated with our Family Justice family, often says there's a fine line between a vision and a hallucination when you're growing a Family Justice Center. Well, you see, Sergeant Nix and I were known to get fired up, and we could come up with lots of big ideas. On more than one occasion, Sonia would look at us and say, "Y'all need to calm down." We would laugh, but collectively, we all understood that true collaboration and community change takes grit, dedication to service, and the ability to see a vision beyond oneself and one's singular organization. Sergeant Nix not only understood the mission of the Family Justice Center, he lived it. He became the driving force for how Family Justice Center partners in advocacy, legal services, social work, medical, mental health worked with law enforcement. He knew that to make the most significant impact on the public health and safety of our community, that our FJC would need to be a family that no matter what, stands with one another for the greater good, a family that works together to solve complex and complicated issues that are so often a part of working with victims of abuse, a job most folks don't want to do. Sergeant Nix loved the job. He took great pride in holding the title of the longest serving sergeant of the Family Victims Unit. He built a team that when he started, he was begging folks to join his unit, to a team that now has a waiting list of officers wanting to be an FVU at the FJC. As the first director of the Guilford County Family Justice Center, I often laughed with Sergeant Nix over the years that after he drank the Family Justice Center Kool-Aid, that I sometimes thought he loved the Family Justice Center more than I did. When we worked together, presented, consulted, trained, collaborated, problem solved, you couldn't tell he worked for the city of Greensboro and I worked for Guilford County. We worked as one. And that was true no matter the person he worked with within our partnership. His leadership was profound. He had an impact on the thousands of lives that he saved, not only here in Greensboro, but nationwide. He taught law enforcement officers from all over about high-risk teams and understanding the lethality of strangulation, creating a life-saving ripple effect for survivors in crisis. In addition, he was known for going on the front lines, connecting directly with survivors and becoming their biggest champion, their hero. He had an unbelievable ability to make you feel seen and heard. And over the past week, survivors have called and messaged our team and said things like, "I met Sergeant Nix on the worst day of my life. I still remember how compassionate and encouraging he was at such a horrible time. He later testified in my trial in support of me and my family. He changed my life." Another survivor shared, "Sergeant Nix gave me courage when I had none. I was so afraid of my abuser. I was also so nervous about working with police because of my past. But when I came to the Family Justice Center and he walked into the room, I immediately felt safe. He was so kind and compassionate. He was the best. He went above and beyond to care for my family. He became my family." You see, Sergeant Nix's always showed up with a fiery passion that was contagious. He was vigilant for justice, supporting a victim on their darkest days and sticking with them throughout their healing journey while doing whatever he could with Sonia to get a high bond and a conviction of an offender who did wrong. It wasn't his position in the Greensboro Police Department that made him powerful. It was his passion, a passion that propelled the Greensboro Police Department on the state and national stage for things like successful partnerships with law enforcement and family justice centers, establishing high-risk teams, and building effective elder abuse collaboratives. So where do we go from here? How do we ensure Sergeant Nix's legacy lasts, and what have we learned from his heroism? For Sergeant Nix, there were no limits and no scripted box. He had the highest level of integrity and loyalty, always doing the right thing and bringing others along with him. He would often say, put his hands in his pocket, almost roll his eyes, and say, "Let's be honest, Catherine. If I only asked cops how to solve a problem, I would only get a cop solution. But if I ask that advocate and the attorney and talk with the victim and a social worker, I get a much bigger picture of the problem and a much better solution." He was a master at breaking down walls and silos In the times that are upon us now, there is no greater way to uphold the legacy and honor of Sergeant Nix. Kelly and Will, our partners will take it from here. We will continue the work of the Family Justice Center, a place that Sergeant Nix called a second home. We will continue to drive the changes that he started and initiated at the same level of intensity and passion, and hold tight to the work he loved so well. We will honor him for our lifetime and beyond. I want to close with a story, and I have to use Dale because this is a Dale story, not a Sergeant Nix story. As Sonia mentioned briefly, the Family Justice Center has a program for youth who've been impacted by domestic violence and trauma called Camp Hope America. We started this program 8 years ago, and it's grown exponentially. Camp Hope offers an early intervention for youth who are exposed to violence and abuse, giving them a different pathway towards hope and healing, breaking the cycles of abuse that so many families face. In our field, and Sergeant Nix believed this, we believe that this is the most powerful crime prevention initiative and the most effective type of criminal justice reform. FJC partners like law enforcement refer families to our week of overnight camp and year-round mentoring, and Sergeant Nix, he always had referrals. And that was because he maintained such effective and long-term meaningful relationships with families. So referrals came easy, and he remained invested with the families that he served. Each October, we host a carnival night, a Camp Hope carnival night at the Family Justice Center in Greensboro. And families are invited, our partners come along, they bring their kids. Partners are invited to wear a costume and dress up and have activities and games. The Greensboro Police Department's Family Victims Unit takes this event very serious. From elaborate costumes to decorating offices and hallways, this event brings helpers and families together in meaningful ways. This year, Sergeant Nix dressed up as the Star Wars character Obi-Wan Kenobi. When talking with Will this week, I asked him, "Hey, Will, does your dad like Star Wars?" And he replied, "Oh, yes." And I don't know anything about Star Wars, so I had to do a little digging to learn about this character, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and to discern if there was a possible connection between Dale and his costume of choice. In the movie A New Hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi knows his time on Earth is coming to an end. He is working to infuse as much as he can in those he loves and cares for. And one of his most famous quotes is, "If you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine." Obi-Wan sacrificed his life for the greater good, and he knew the impact that his greatness would have for generations to come. I don't believe in coincidences. I believe that God prepares us and reminds us of his mercy and grace in the most unlikely and even darkest of times. Sergeant Nix instilled his passionate power in all of us. He sacrificed his life to save others, his life for the greater good. He knew we had it in us to continue on even after his untimely death. May we use the power and wisdom he gave us to fight for justice, protect victims, hold offenders accountable, and be the kind of leaders that put collaborative solutions above individual agendas. And may we always take care of our family.
My name is Caroline Holliday, and I've known Dale for almost 24 years. I met Dale around 2000, several months before our academy, when we were both pre-hires. Our paths crossed, and we immediately found we had a lot in common, and we're anxiously excited about starting our careers in law enforcement. We are proud members of the 79th PBIC. Dale's love for this career, his passion for making this community that he had grown up in a better place, and his leadership qualities were obvious from the beginning. He was a squad leader and someone we knew we could go to be the gap between our class and our command staff. Dale was also part Gazelle. That boy could fly. He and Kevin McNeil would battle back and forth for fastest time on the Popat obstacle course. Our careers took us to different districts and squads, but we found ourselves reunited in the investigative division in 2009. Dale always knew he wanted to be a detective and one day a supervisor in the division. Now he thought it would be in fraud, but as our careers often do, an unexpected door opened. That door was to the Family Victims Unit and the Family Justice Center. There's not enough time to go into all that Dale has meant to our unit and the FJC, although I think you know that now after listening to Catherine and Sonia. But know this, those shoes will never be able to be filled. When I came to the unit almost 5 years ago, Dale was a familiar friend, and I looked forward to working with him. He was the voice of reason I needed on numerous occasions when I would get fired up about something and he would reel me back in. I can't tell you how many times I would go to him at a level 100 about something, and in his most calm and diplomatic voice, yet often agreeing with me at the same time, he would bring me back down to earth and help me solve the issue at hand. He was also my go-to in talking about the good old days. We remember so many of the same things and people, and I'll miss those chats along with 1,000 other things. There's so many funny stories I could tell, but I have felt called to share something different. All of us have a hard time understanding this tragedy. I have heard people ask, where was God? Or why did this tragedy happen? I can't answer the why, but I can tell you with all certainty that God was there. He sent an earthly angel in the name of off-duty officer Cameron Peach and an EMS medic just filling up with gas. Cameron is a veteran officer with almost his whole career on our SWAT team and many years on the traffic unit where he has seen and responded to some of the most tragic and critical incidents. God had prepared Cameron for this moment in time. He was there by Dale's side in a matter of seconds. Dale had a friend in his last moments. He was not alone. Cameron later told me he and his wife weren't even intentionally at that Sheetz. They had gone in search of something at a different Sheetz and just so happened to be at this Sheetz in search of that item. You will never convince me God didn't send Cameron and his wife to that Sheetz at that time for that purpose. Theologian and pastor John Piper once gave a powerful message on 2 Corinthians 4:16 through 18, which I will read first. Therefore, we do not lose heart. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen, since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal. He goes on to preach, not only is all your affliction momentary, not only is all your affliction light in comparison to eternity and the glory there, but all of it is totally meaningful. Every millisecond of your pain from the fallen nature or the fall of man, every millisecond of your misery in the path of obedience is producing a peculiar glory you will get because of that. I don't care if it was cancer or criticism, slander or sickness. It wasn't meaningless. It's doing something. It's not meaningless. Of course you can't see what it's doing. Don't look to what is seen when your mom dies, when your kid dies, when you've got cancer at 40. Don't say it's meaningless. It's not. It's working for you an eternal weight of glory. Therefore, Do not lose heart, but take these truths and day by day focus on them. Preach them to yourself in the morning. Get alone with God and preach his word into your mind until your heart sings with confidence that you are new and cared for. In closing, I want to share something I wrote while sitting in a deer stand a few days after Dale died. Alone with my thoughts of my friend and a pain in my heart, this is what came out. Grief comes in waves, like the ocean. Some days the waves just wash up, barely making a noise. Then other days they come crashing down, and often unexpectedly. A thought or a memory or the thought of never seeing him again, and the tears just come rushing out. It's a gut punch you know you need to feel in order to start the healing process. I've heard the hole never closes, but time helps the jagged edges of that hole not feel so sharp. My spiritual dad once told me when I was going through a really dark time, he said, we must cry and grieve, but to give those tears back to the Lord. He said, don't you give one drop to the enemy. The enemy wants us to fall into the pit of despair and hopelessness, but Dale wouldn't want that for us. The enemy wants us to doubt God's love and sovereignty. Why was such a good man taken so soon and in such a tragic way? I don't know, but I know Jesus experienced everything on earth that we have experienced. I can point you to the truths of the Bible which have helped me through my darkest hours, this being one of them. But honestly, the peace and hope I find in God is hard to put into words unless I tell you my life story. How do we go back to work and not see him every day? How do we go and fight for victims when the fight has been sucked out of us? I really don't know, but I know I work with a great group of men and women that will surround each other with love and support. Besides the military and fire, I'm not sure there's another profession that understands our camaraderie. So we will carry the torch he has carried, being the light for so many. He taught us well. We will sit at our lunch table and continue to laugh at inappropriate things because it's how we cope, and it's what he would want us to do. His light and his legacy will live on. Dale, I miss you so much, but you're with our Savior and resting easy now. Gone but never forgotten.
My name is Joshua Payne. I first met Sergeant Dale Nix when I was in career development with the Family Victims Unit. Prior to this, I had never really considered working these types of cases. Like many of us, I was more interested in going after guns and drugs than dealing with the kind of emotional baggage that comes along with this type of work. I also wasn't what many people would consider to be the most compassionate officer. I took care of our community by taking the offender to jail, and I didn't really consider my role in the victim's life past that point. However, after my first week working with Sergeant Nix and learning more about the Family Justice Center and what the Family Victims Unit actually did, he had me drinking that Kool-Aid right alongside him. He had this infectious energy about the type of work, both the criminal investigation side as well as the advocacy side, that made you truly understand how a single individual officer could have a greater positive impact on the lives of the victims. After that first week, I knew I had found my place in this department, and it was with this squad doing work worth doing. There's a poster on the wall of Sergeant Nix's office that has an image of St. Michael and the words, "Dispensing grace and long prison sentences." This slogan goes to the heart and goals and intentions of Sergeant Nix with everything he did. I think it's something he was pretty proud of. He was focused on both holding offenders accountable as well as helping the victims find grace and healing. I think the best example of this was how Sarge would volunteer to go to first appearance to speak on behalf of the victims who either couldn't go or who did not want to face their abuser. He would speak to the courts about the personal impact that strangulation, domestic assault, child abuse, sexual abuse had on the victims, with the hope that the offenders would receive additional consideration regarding pretrial release. And you knew when a violent offender received this consideration when Sarge would come back from court with a big old smile on his face. But more than just standing for victims, Sergeant Nix also stood for the men and women who worked with him. Sarge treated each of us with the utmost respect, whether you were sworn personnel, professional staff, limited duty, pre-hire, or career development. You can really see this when you look at our squad photos, which were up on the walls or up on the projectors earlier. If you look at the squad photos, you'll almost always find a person who is working career development. Inevitably, these people, these officers, would stand off to the side as they really didn't feel like they belonged in a squad photo. But Sarge was always the one to call them over and told them that as long as they're with us, they're part of the squad, they're part of this family. And he really meant that. Sergeant Nix was the best of us and was the kind of supervisor and officer that the rest of us aspire to be. That infectious energy I mentioned earlier, it motivated you to want to do more, to do better, and to be better. Sarge has created a legacy within this department that will continue through this squad and through each and every officer and person that he came in contact with or helped along the way. Sergeant Nix has left this world far too soon, but he has left it a much better place for his having been here. Sarge, we'll miss you.
The hardest part about this was trying to figure out where to start. It was so hard to put into words what Sergeant Dale Nix meant to us. I've worked with him for almost 2 years, but I always go back to the first time I met him. I was in the academy, and he was a corporal on patrol. I did my first ride along with him. He was always smiling and never met a stranger. He spoke to people like he had known him his whole life. I think it goes without saying that Sarge showed compassion to everyone that crossed his path. Sarge is the standard for being a supervisor, but he was way more than that. He was a father figure, he was a mentor, and he was our family member. The Family Victims Unit spent more time with each other than we did with our actual families. On hard days, we could walk into his office and say, "I need to talk to Dale Nix, not Sergeant Nix." He would make us feel like his top priority by dropping everything he was doing and giving us his full attention. He was a sounding board for our professional and personal lives. Sarge had a way of believing in us even when we didn't believe in ourselves. During lunch, he would consistently tell us the same war stories over and over and over. We would listen to him like it was the first time we ever heard him. While assigning cases, he would walk up and say, "Hey buddy, this one just needs a phone call or two." Well, after multiple interviews, multiple search warrants, and multiple charges later, we were able to finally close the case. He would even hand us cases and say, "I saved this one for you because you're the perfect one for it." If any of us needed help with house projects, he was there to help, even if it was to put another man's bed together. Sarge loved to give different groups of people tours around the Family Justice Center. During those tours, he would stop at each and every one of our doors and give at least a 5-minute bio on all of us. And it made all of us feel so awkward. It was his proud dad moment that he was able to brag about each one of his children. I choose to remember Sarge by his smile, his leadership, and all-around unselfishness. The time spent with him will never be forgotten, but cherished forever. Thank you.
As I think of stories from the Honor Guard, I can tell you 100% every single one of them is inappropriate to tell you right now. That was Dale Nix when he got behind closed doors with all of us and nobody was going to be around. So with that, I would like to share with you what Sergeant Nix meant for the team. He was dedicated. He gave us 20 plus years of service to this team. And it didn't matter if it was pouring down rain, 110 degrees, a hurricane, or 32 below zero, he was out there with us, and he was the one leading the charge for us. That brings us to this next character, leader. Again, he was the first one out there with us, telling us to come on. As we're all huddled in the corner, shivering, or trying to hide under the awning from the rain, he was standing out there, come follow me. When we had new members join, he was the first one to say, come over here, let's work on this step. Come over here, let's work on this. He took pride in teaching each new member something about the team and how to be a part of this team. With that, he became one of our best mentors. As you know, when we do our service, there's always one little piece that gets messed up or one little thing doesn't go right. Most of the time, people don't know it, but we do. We see every little thing. And he was there to say, hey, don't worry about it. We've got this. He was there when we needed somebody to say, you're okay. Take a breath and carry on. He was always there for everything we needed. When we've had instances where officers wanted to quit, the phone calls would show up and he would say, you've got this, take a breath, we're here for you. And then his best characteristics came together when he was our friend for everything. We've got a team member with family issues, he was there 24/7 for. We have a team member that got hurt really bad on the job. He was there, phone calls. He was there helping out as much as possible. If we need a friend, he is there. And as for my friend, personally, I was able to adopt a little boy that came from a case that his unit would have investigated. And it would have been all hands on deck. Every person, every advocate, every person in the FJC would have helped. And I've talked to him about this, and he was like, I think you're the family for it. Go. So when I went to pick my son up from the hospital, I was told he would never walk, talk, or feed himself. As the years went on, he did walk, he did talk, and he did feed himself. Every time training started, a new service would start. We would have another call-out promotion ceremony. I would walk up and he would stop everything. Just stop. How is little man doing? He wanted to see videos. He wanted to see pictures. And as I'm having my proud dad moment showing these videos and pictures, it seemed like the grandpa moment would come up at him because his smile would come over his face that would stretch from cheekbone to cheekbone. And that would show the only thing bigger than his smile was his heart for other people. I hope that we as a team can carry on that tradition with everybody else to show you how Sergeant Nix was his team. Sergeant Nix, as a team member, I just want to let you know we are here, we've got it from further, and we will honor you to the best we can.
You can hear God calling and saying, "Whom shall I send?" And you can hear Dale saying, "Here I am, Lord, send me." What a servant he was. Before I begin, the family wanted me to say thank you so much for all your prayers and support. The family cannot say thank you enough for all the love that has been expressed by the police family, all first responders, the Greensboro community, and so many more. They truly do feel all your prayers lifting them up during this difficult time. I want to say a special thank you to Westover Church for allowing us to have this service here. They also wanted me to say thank you to the people that were there with Dale on that tragic day, giving him comfort and support. I am humbled and honored to be here as we celebrate the life of Dale Nix. I am the pastor at Oak Ridge Methodist Church, which is a part of the Global Methodist Church. I know this might sound cliche, but Dale was a special gift from God. Everyone who was blessed to meet Dale knew that he was special in the way that he treated you. He treated everyone with so much love and respect. His dad kept echoing to me over and over again, Dale had a good heart. Dale came from a special family that is very close to each other. They gathered together every single year for Thanksgiving the Sunday before. He loved to read and work on projects around the house, especially with his son, Will. He had just finished renovating the laundry room. And during this project, Dale went over to his mom and dad's house to borrow a tool. He went into the garage where his dad was working on a birdhouse. Now, one thing that I am learning about the Nix family is they love to pick on each other. That's how they show love, is by picking. Well, Dale did not miss the opportunity to pick on his dad. As he looked at his birdhouse that looked more like a birdhouse condominium that his dad was building there in the garage, Dale looked at his dad and said, "Oh no, that's where old carpenters go to die, building birdhouses." You can hear Dale saying that, can't you? They all had a great laugh about it. There were times when Dale needed to move things pretty heavy around the house, and he would look at his wife, Kelly, and say, "I need to get the muscles." If you don't know who that is, that's his son, Will. He called the muscles. Will loved working on those projects with his dad around the house, and Dale would say, like was mentioned earlier, it's us against the world. They both enjoyed going on four-wheeler trips with the police family too. Will, these father and son times were special moments that you will hold on and treasure forever. Another story that Dale's dad, Eddie, shared with me was that one time Dale and his brother Dan were gathering, they were with a party up at Appalachian State, and Dale was kind of working, I guess, as the bouncer at the door, and this guy was picking on him and was getting in the house, and Dale was trying to stop him. And he said to Dale, "Well, I'm going to come inside." And Dale says, "You're not coming inside." "Well, who's going to stop me?" Dale says, "My bigger, younger brother." Guy looked at him and said, "Well, who's that?" Just then, Dan came up to the door, and Dale says, "Meet my bigger, younger brother." You can imagine the conversation stopped after that. Dale was always doing things for the family. He loved to cook, especially taking spaghetti sauce that was the family recipe and making it his own, cleaning dishes, and so many things around the house. Kelly and Will shared with me that some things just magically appeared to be fixed or repaired or replaced. And I was sharing with them as I was meeting with them this week about a book called The 5 Love Languages, written by Gary Chapman, because I felt that Dale's love language was acts of service. As I shared with Kelly all 5 love languages, acts of service, words of affirmation, physical touch, giving gifts, and quality time, Kelly immediately looked at me and says, "Is it possible for someone to have all 5 love languages?" Never thought about that. Because she says Dale had all 5 of them. Kelly and Dale met on a blind date that her boss at the time encouraged her to go out with him. Kelly still wasn't sure about going out on this first date, and finally her boss just looked at her and said, just go on a date with him. You don't have to marry him. Well, only God knew that that first date would turn into a wonderful marriage. I have a few scriptures that the family wanted me to share with you. The first one comes from a police challenge coin that Kelly and Will shared with me. On this coin reads Psalm 84, verses 3 through 4, and it reads, "Give justice to the weak and the orphan. Maintain the right of the lowly and the destitute. Rescue the weak and the needy. Deliver them from the hand of the wicked." These two scripture verses are definitely how Dale served as a police officer. His heart and passion was rooted in giving justice to the weak and the orphan. It was part of his DNA to rescue the weak and the needy, deliver them from the hand of the wicked. We will never know how completely the impact Dale had on this world and what the future impact might be for the lives that he had changed by offering his love and compassion. I think we all can agree that this violence in this world, especially the violence against police, has to stop. I told Kelly and Will about their last name, and the uniqueness of it made me think about a phrase, nix that. There are other phrases that go with it as well. But nix that makes me think like stop that. I wonder if we could honor Dale starting today and forevermore, that we would stand up against all violence and begin to say the phrase, nix that. Nix away all the violence. Another verse that makes me think about Dale Nix is John 15, verse 13, where Jesus says, "No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends." Dale showed great love for his family, his police family in this community, and he laid down his life because he knew that Jesus laid down his life for us. Dale was a baptized child of God and professed Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. He lived out the great commandment to love God with all of your heart, mind, soul, and strength, and to love others as much as you love yourself. And just like in Psalm 23 that we read earlier, God anointed the head of Dale Nix, and his cup overflowed with the love, mercy, and grace of Jesus Christ. Dale believed in John 3:16 that reads, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, and that whoever believes in him will not perish, but have everlasting life." I shared with Kelly and Will about how God carries us through these difficult times in our lives, like the footprints in the sand. A man had a dream where he was walking with Jesus on the beach. He looked back and saw that sometimes there was only one set of footprints. He noticed that those times that there was one set of footprints were difficult times in his life. And the man looked at Jesus and said, "Why did you leave me during those hard and difficult times?" As the tears were starting down the face of Jesus, Jesus said to him, "Those are not your footprints. Those are my footprints, because I'm carrying you through those difficult times." This is the kind of relationship that Jesus wants to have with each of us. Jesus expressed this eternal relationship to his disciples before he was crucified, that he says in John 14, "Do not let your hearts be troubled. Believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house there are many dwelling places. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you? And if I go to prepare a place for you, I will come again and will take you to myself, so that where I am, there you may be also. And you know the way to the place where I'm going. I will not leave you orphaned. I'm coming to you. In a little while, the world will no longer see me, but you will see me. Because I live, you also will live. I have said these things to you while I am still with you. But the advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you everything and remind you of all that I have said to you. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not let them be afraid." Jesus begins and ends with these bookends that tells us, do not let our hearts be troubled. For many of us here this day, that is not easy right now. I've learned that grief is the same measure of how much you love that person who has passed away. To the entire family, his wife Kelly, his son Will, his parents Eddie and Sue, his brother Dan, and everyone who is grieving this day, I hope that you feel God's loving arms wrapped around you. I pray that you feel it today, tomorrow, and forevermore, and that Jesus, with those everlasting arms, will carry you through this difficult time, and that you can trust in Jesus, and that we will see our loved ones again one day, only by the mercy and the grace of Jesus Christ. For it's in his name we pray. Amen.
I'm not sure what other comments or words could be said to really express the gratitude, appreciation we have for Sergeant Dale Nix. Hopefully some of the words I have today will comfort somebody here. Over the past 2 weeks of hearing stories from officers, friends, colleagues, family, I learned a lot about Sergeant Nix. His family has a lengthy history of public service to include approximately 150 years of serving in the Greensboro community. Sergeant Nix didn't get into the family business of firefighting. He was the proverbial black sheep when he joined the police department and donned the black uniform. I've been told that his fire family loved to joke and rib him quite a bit about becoming a police officer. I think the mom would always declare he was responsible for bringing donuts to the family gathering. What I knew of Sergeant Nix, he could handle his own. But I hope he appreciates my small effort today on his behalf. Oftentimes, Sergeant Nix would tell people about his family history in the fire department, and people would inevitably ask him why he chose to become a police officer. In my mind, Sergeant Nix, time and time again, would simply reply, "I chose to become a police officer because firefighters need heroes too." Sergeant Nix, I'm sure you're looking down on us now, and I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. We absolutely love our firefighter brothers and sisters and all of our first responder family. As I look around the church, I see police, fire, EMS, federal partners, state officials, community members, and so many more. And it's a reminder of the powerful legacy Sergeant Dale Nix leaves with so many of us in the community he loved, served, and protected. Sergeant Nix was a devoted guardian of the city, a beloved family member, and a cherished friend. He was an exceptional law enforcement officer with an unwavering commitment to duty. He exemplified the true essence of selfless service and sacrifice. Sergeant Nix embodied integrity, bravery, and a sense of compassion that inspired everyone around him. Sergeant Nix had a passion for his role in the Family Victims Unit, where he sought to protect the most vulnerable in our community, including abuse victims of all ages. They leaned on him for courage and strength in times of chaos and uncertainty. He was well respected for his commitment to preserving peace and ensuring the safety of others, and for sharing his knowledge with his colleagues. Beyond the uniform, Sergeant Nix was a husband, a father, a son, brother, and a friend. He was someone who brought light and laughter into the lives of those he knew. His kindness, warmth, and genuine care for others were among the hallmarks of his character. The hallmarks of a legacy that will endure in the memories we share, the stories we tell, and the lessons he taught us through his commitment to service. In our grief, we also want to honor and celebrate his life. A life dedicated to his family, to protecting and serving, a life of honor, compassion, selflessness, and so much more. To the family, his parents, Eddie and Sue, his wife, Kelly, and his son, Will, we extend our deepest condolences. Know that Sergeant Nix will forever be remembered as a hero, a guardian of peace, a beacon of hope, and a true embodiment of service. We will honor his memory by carrying forward the values he held dear, by continuing to work together for the betterment of our community. Thank you, Sergeant Nix, for your service, for your sacrifice, and the indelible mark you've left on our hearts. Rest in peace, brother. You will never be forgotten.
Kelly, Will, Nick's family, thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to honor a great man, a great friend, a great mentor, and a great example for all of us. Please join me in the policeman's prayer. Lord, as I prepare for my tour of duty, I pray. As I put on my shirt and pants, cover me with your protective hand and clothe me with integrity. As I put on my shoes, guide my steps through the pitch black alleys and make me swift of foot when I'm in pursuit of the fleeing felon. Help me always to walk in the path of truth. As I place my hat on my head, give me the knowledge to make swift and correct decisions and the common sense to stay within the gray lines of the law. As I place my gun on my side, help me to realize grave responsibility that goes along with it. Grant that I may never have to take another person's life, but should that day ever come, may it be in order to preserve life and never out of hatred. As I place my shield over my heart, help me to control my emotions under all circumstances, but never let my heart grow so cold that I overlook the feelings of others. And always keep me within me a sense of humor, Lord, for without humor, there cannot be sanity. And one last thing, Lord, keep me by thy saving grace, that when my tour of duty is up in this life, my name may be written in the book of life. Amen.
Together, our closing hymn, It Is Well.
Communication calling badge 873. Communications calling badge 873. Communications calling badge 873, Sergeant Dale Nix. All units badge 873, Sergeant Dale Nix is 1042 for the final time. End of watch December 30th, 2023. Thank you for your service. We have watched from here. Communications clear.
Let us pray. Eternal God, you have shared with us the life of Dale Nix. Before he was ours, he is yours. For all that Dale has given us to make us what we are, for that of him which lives and grows in each of us, for his life that in your love will never end, we give you thanks. As now we offer Dale back into your loving arms, comfort us in our loneliness, strengthen us in our weakness, and give us courage to face the future unafraid. Draw those of us who remain in this life closer to one another. Make us faithful to serve one another, and give us to know that peace and joy, which is eternal life, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. We ask that you will all join us outside. We will have the 21-gun salute and the playing of the taps. You will be given instructions on how to exit and leave. But before we do that, will you please stand for this closing blessing? May the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and the love of God and of his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. And may the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with you always. Amen.
My name is Kevin Wilson. I serve as one of the pastors here at Westover. As we are dismissed, we would like you who are in the balcony to remain here while the first floor is dismissed to the 21 gun salute. The balcony overflow areas will be dismissed after that. To all the first responders here that serve around our state, the country, thank you for your service. To those serving in federal agencies, thank you for your service. To those who serve in our local community, Greensboro Police, Guilford County Sheriff, Greensboro Fire, EMS, and 911 Communications, thank you for your service. Our ushers will help you dismiss outside now. Thank you.
Guys, as you can see, we just wrapped up the service in Westover Church. We now have law enforcement and a lot of the people who attended the service heading outside, making their way to the end of this driveway. This is, again, from the beginning, this is where Sergeant Nix was brought in to the parking lot. So he'll be leaving this area and heading back to the funeral home on West Gate City Boulevard. If you're just tuning in, then let me just go ahead and walk you through the emotion that was felt in this memorial service today. I mean, it was just so touching and so heartwarming to hear these different people talk about Sergeant Nix and the impact that he had on them personally. We heard from the Family Victims Unit. We heard about the touching moments that they will keep and hold in their hands forever regarding Sergeant Nix. They talked about his smile, his leadership, his unselfishness. They said that he was dedicated to his job, and that proves to be true with every single co-worker, employee, everyone that we spoke with who interacted with Sergeant Nix say that he was dedicated to his job. No matter the conditions, he was leading the charge. He was the leader in all of these situations. The Family Victims Unit also talked just about the legacy that he's leaving and how his smile was so big, but his heart was so much bigger. It's really an emotional service, and having these law enforcement officers walk back out here and line up and get prepared for Sergeant Nix to leave and make his final ride back to the funeral home is just, it's very moving. Guys, what are you seeing on your side?
It's been, that was hard.
I think there were just as many moments where it made you want to burst out in tears, and then there were just as many moments that made you smile, feeling an endearment to him because of what they talked about, how he was humorous and funny and giving and loving, and I think it was a really good mix of both of those things.
I think oftentimes us in the general public see police officers as, this hardened,
stoic.
Right. Like I have a job to do. I'm going to do it. I don't want to show too much emotion. And that's not the case in this situation.
No, and in fact, you heard from some of the coworkers in his family unit, right? And you heard from one of them say, I was the officer who just wanted to run and get the bad guys. And then he brought me in and said, I want you to be on my team. And I thought, this is not the kind of policing I want to do. And he says, and then I drank the Knicks Kool-Aid, right? And it made him see that there was another way to be, that you could be the protector, but you could also be the comforter as well.
And one of my favorite moments, the lighthearted moment, was from Chief John Thompson, where he was talking about how the fact that his family is rooted in firefighting.
Yes.
Right? And obviously Sergeant Nix went a different route. He went into law enforcement and would constantly be, ribbed by his firefighter families about the fact that he chose a different profession. And one of my favorite parts that the chief said, he said, I chose to become a police officer because firefighters need heroes too.
Yeah. So it was a sweet and also a jab also at the same
Right.
time, right? But you can understand how like the whole family would be in on something like that.
Yeah, and just to hear some of the stories, because we've heard a lot of stories from people over the last few days who knew him well, but to hear some of his colleagues talk about him, and it was just such a touching moment to hear someone from the family victims unit address his wife and son just about, while you know him as your father and husband, we knew him also as a family man, but this is the perspective that we saw.
Because this is what he showed us about you.
Yes.
About how he was proud of you, or how he loved you, or how he cared about you, and about how they always had that team thing going of, we are a team, the family is the team, it's us against the world.
Mm-hmm. And you heard during the funeral, right at the end, they had asked everybody to come outside for the 21-gun salute. So we're standing by for that, waiting for that. Keep in mind, thousands of people have been in this church, and so it will take a while for them to clear out of this church. As Amber was showing you before, law enforcement has retaken their post at the entrance of the driveway to this church in anticipation of the 21-gun salute, followed by taps, and followed by that final procession back to Haynes-Linebury.
Yeah, and we're expecting that to take another like 14 minutes or so or whatever. And we're going to be having people stationed at each one of those spots because we expect that people will be, on the streets or on the overpasses as the procession is going by, because that is where he's going to be then buried at Guilford Memorial.
I think, one of the hardest parts to watch, and it happens anytime, a police officer either passes away or retires, and hearing that final sign off, it gets me every time.
We both had a hard time. We both just went, ugh, like you could feel like all of our breath come out of us as we were listening to that, knowing that all of the police officers and all of their families were hearing that same thing.
Mm-hmm. And you hope to one day hear that at the end of your career, right?
When you're retired. Yes, for sure. Also, the other moment when they were packing up the flag and then handing it to Dale Nix's wife. And then you watched as the chief had to make that slow salute. And I thought, I don't know how the chief is holding it together, because he obviously was emotional during the whole thing. And then you could see the son touching his mom's arm. And you could just feel, once again, remember how you said, I feel bad for them because they're having to do this in front of so many people as we mourn with them.
And we had a conversation while this was happening right here, when John Thompson was understandably shaken up when he was speaking, emotional at times, and it makes sense. I mean, sure, this guy is their boss, right? He's everybody's boss, but this is such a family that I imagine he looks at all of the people who work under him as a member of his family.
Absolutely, and I think you also take on the responsibility of, I have other people's children working for me, and they may be in danger, and I promised that mom or that dad that I was going to keep their kid okay. I thought about that as I was watching the flag presentation, because Dale Nix's mom and dad were right there to the left, and they have served those in the public safety sector all of their
I also liked when they were talking about how the fact that Sergeant Nix, that serving is in his DNA.
Yes.
It wasn't just something he woke up one day and said, you know what, I kind of want to be a police officer. It was in his obituary that basically from the moment he could say what he wanted to be, it was to serve like this.
And I thought it was really cool because once they started talking about that, then they started talking about how when you use the word, let's nix it, right? That's usually, let's forget about this, let's stop this, whatever. But they want to change it to let's nix it of, let's spread the joy, let's spread the good, let's spread the care and compassion that he had. So nixing it is going to be like a whole different thing.
And really kind of a double meaning there, because he also said that, you know, nix away all the violence.
Yes.
So it's that, but it's also, you know, we have to end this violence.
Right.
I mean, look at the city of Greensboro. They had a record number of homicides last year, and this was the final one of the year. And now we've learned that the 21 gun salute is just about to happen. Let's watch.
Firing detail only. When I need to talk to y'all, I'll give Officer Sid 3 bit on. At that time, tax will play. The end of tax will ring our salute. That type of first play, that's when the family will load up to leave. When that type is done, we will give one last salute as the family leaves. Once the family does, I'll keep you talking to the salute. Y'all get me up there?
So we are watching this just as you are watching this as well. We are seeing what is on camera right now, which is that close-up shot of the honor guard that is going to be doing that 21 gun salute. And then you're seeing the crowd of people that has come out from the church. And then that's what we can see as well from our vantage point, is just the crowd of people.
And it's kind of overwhelming. This is the first time that we have seen how many people they were able to get into this church for this funeral. I mean, it is people as far as the eye can see, and no one is saying a word.
Right now, from our vantage point, which is right across the street, they're still allowing some traffic to go back and forth in front of the church. But we are seeing that at least one of those lanes is being closed. And I don't know if that is for the escort or if that is for safety when it comes to the 21 gun salute.
Right, or if they're just, you know, a lot of people don't know that they're not supposed to drive on this road today. And, you know, it's getting to be that time of day where people are going to be heading home from work. So it's possible that they're just kind of allowing it through at a trickle. We also see where we are located some police officers on motorcycles, presumably to begin the processional back to the funeral home once all is said and done here. But I mean, it's extraordinary how many people are here.
I mean, the church holds, seating-wise, 3,300, but we know that many more people than that were in there because they said that they had overflow places for you to be able to watch the funeral.
So I believe that we are just waiting for everybody to get outside. Emptying a church of this size with that amount of people in it takes a minute. And so I believe that's what they are waiting for. Everybody standing around just waiting for this 21 gun salute.
And yet with all of those people, the same thing that we have said before is the thing that sticks out, and it's just how very quiet it is.
Yeah, I mean, to see a group of people that size and not a word. I mean, just look at all of those people.
Good to see you.
Prepare to fire. Ready. Hey. Fire. Ready. Hey. Fire. Ready. Hey. Fire. Half left.
So what you just heard was the 21 gun salute, then you heard the taps, you heard bagpipes. When it comes to the law enforcement that was involved, you can see now that the motorcycle escort has started.
And this is at Mears Chapel Road and Friendly from, if I remember correctly, this motorcade now headed back to the funeral home. A much quicker pace than when it arrived.
And now it's coming out of sight. We're going to try and pick it up at the next spot where we have folks. But I did want to mention that the bagpipers were from the High Point Police Department Honor Guard. They were from the Greensboro Fire Department Honor Guard as well. So you had both of those municipalities. And then you heard taps. Something that you hear very often at a military funeral, and that was from the High Point Police Department Honor Guard. And so having all of those different police families joining in together to make this happen.
I would say it was appropriate to have, a little bit of sprinkling from different departments in the area, just because this is such a family.
Public safety family,
right.
Fire,
Yep.
police, everything, yes.
And so we're seeing behind us now a lot of the people who were here clearing out, law enforcement going back to wherever they came from, as well as a lot of the people who were here. Still no talking. It's still very quiet.
It is a very quiet, somber kind of moment as everybody is headed out after we had that about an hour and a half almost service.
Yeah.
By the time it was all said and done, and it was such a sweet service of hearing from so many different people that he had worked with.
I want to play a clip, one of my favorite parts that occurred here, and it was one of the members from the Family Victim Unit here in Greensboro talking about the kind of guy that Sergeant Nix was, but then at one point she directed her message toward Nix's wife as well as his son. I want you to listen to what she had to say to them about him.
Will, he was so proud of you. The day you got your driver's permit, he called me and exclaimed, "He did it!" He told me everything that you were doing to your Jeep and the things that you were going to do to your Jeep. And he was so excited about you playing lacrosse. Watch out, Northwest lacrosse team. You just gained about 1,000 fans. And finally, I know you and your dad talked about being counselors at Camp Hope. Will, you will be there. I cannot think of a better way for you to honor your dad's legacy than working with youth who have been impacted by trauma and abuse. You will make a fine counselor. Kelly, he loved you deeply and fierce, just the way that you loved him. It was so apparent because he talked about you all of the time. He loved your family dinner nights at Stoke Ridge Tavern. Every home project he ever completed was because he wanted your home to be your sanctuary. He often referred to you, Will, and him being a team. You told us that he would often say, "It's us against the world."
Boy, to hear those words coming from her toward the wife and son, I mean, it's incredible because, they look at their father as, this guy. And then to see them in kind of a different aspect from some of his colleagues.
So we're seeing the motorcade now coming from another vantage point as it's making its way through Greensboro, and you can see traffic many times on the opposite side is either stopped or slowing down as they are seeing what is passing and who is passing by. We're going to continue to show you the pictures as it goes from one to the other, as well as giving you snippets from the service that we just saw, because there were so many moments where, just like we heard, not only were they talking about remembering him, but also talking about how he is going to live in each one of them afterwards.
And I mean, I love that they said that, serving is in his DNA. That is what he has wanted to do, and that was it. I mean, that was his sole job, responsibility, career goal in life.
They had a couple of different scriptures that he and his wife actually had started together, making sure that was one of their focuses. And it was about how you are to help those who are needy, who are orphaned, who are being hurt, who don't have someone to, be their protector for them. And they carried that out.
Let's listen to another snippet from the funeral service where he talked about just the importance of the fact that it was in his DNA to serve others.
It was part of his DNA to rescue the weak and the needy, deliver them from the hand of the wicked. We will never know how completely the impact Dale had on this world, and what the future impact might be for the lives that he had changed by offering his love and compassion. I think we all can agree that this violence in this world, especially the violence against police, has to stop. I told Kelly and Will about their last name, and the uniqueness of it made me think about a phrase, nix that. There are other phrases that go with it as well, but nix that makes me think like stop that. I wonder if we could honor Dale starting today and forevermore, that we would stand up against all violence and begin to say the phrase, nix that. Nix away all the violence.
Nix away all the violence.
It is a good way to change all of that. You are watching the 4 to 5 right now. We're continuing our Sergeant Nix, a finer farewell coverage.
So we're really wrapping it up here. I mean, we're toward the finish line of what has become a really emotional, heavy, and difficult week and a half for so many people.
Yeah, it started that Saturday before New Year's when the awful thing happened, and we learned that one of our own was no longer with us, and then realizing who it was, and then learning who he was and who he was to this entire community, and then going through all of that with his body having to go to the medical examiner in Raleigh and coming back here to Greensboro.
The pastor touched on a great point, that he said that Dale was a special gift from God.
Yes.
What more can you say?
There just was one accolade after another, and it wasn't an accolade of pie in the sky. They really had these great moments from each one of their lives that they could touch on and say, I remember when he said this. Specifically, the honor guard, one of his honor guard members, had a son who had a lot of medical issues, and he said that Dale Nix would come up to him and say, okay, how's the little man? And that his smile would just go ear to ear when he would tell him how good he was doing. And he said the only thing bigger than his smile was how big his heart was.
And such a family man. We heard so much today about the type of father he was and the type of husband he was. And apparently he used this mantra, it's us against the world, and would use that at home. And I think it was a great cohesive moment for that family over the years, I imagine. I mean, think about all of, just the trials and tribulations that law enforcement families go through on a regular basis. And so to have that is kind of like that's their team motto.
Their motto, that's right. Yes, and they were a team, the three of them together, doing all kinds of things together, making the world a better place, really. When you hear about him and his son who were going to be counselors this summer and things of that nature, you know that it wasn't just a one-man affair, it was a family affair.
And so it was, they were talking about Camp Hope, and obviously it sounds as though that Sergeant Nix spent a lot of time with Camp Hope, and it sounds as though his son was starting to follow in his footsteps when it came to Camp Hope. So I will be very curious to see how he considers his dad's legacy and continues, or anybody continues, some of the work that he had been doing.
Right, and you think to yourself that has to happen because all of the people that he touched say that they want his work to go on. Right now we are showing you, I believe this is around the 840 area, as the motorcade now is coming down that 840 loop area on their way to Haynes Lineberry, which is there on Westgate City Boulevard. And then Sergeant Nix is going to be buried at Guilford Memorial, which is right behind there from Haynes Lineberry.
You know, listening to the chief talk about how he became a police officer instead of a firefighter.
And he was the black sheep wearing the black uniform.
One of a few lighthearted moments, and the moments where you really could help to understand the type of person that Sergeant Nix was. You know, if you had been watching it, you would have seen that he talked about how his entire family basically is a firefighting family. And so the fact that he went into law enforcement is obviously very different for his family to take. And apparently he was the one who had to get the donuts. And so there was a lot of ribbing going on in that family. It really sounded like it was a great family to be a part of.
Absolutely. And you were able to see his mom and his dad, who were sitting to the left of Kelly Nix, and then her son as well. You were able to see that during that flag presentation.
That was the saddest part.
I think so too.
Of
difficult.
The entire day.
I mean, I think any of us, whether you were watching from anywhere or if you were in there, all you wanted to do was just go up there and hug that family.
I know. You know, and one of my thoughts was, you know, how are they going to display this flag? You know, you go into homes where someone has, I guess just in my top of my head, lost someone in the military or lost someone, a veteran, and you have this flag proudly displayed in some sort of box, triangle-shaped box, and it is so sad that this will now represent him forever.
And I don't know how to make it live bigger than that box, but I'm sure that they're going to figure that out, because they're not going to have to figure it out all by themselves. I think of all of the people that came up and spoke today, and all the people that were standing behind them that maybe weren't able to get the words out, but certainly have the same kind of memories and have the same kind of intention, because Sergeant Nix instilled that in them to make the world a better place, and they are going to continue to do that.
Hearing from the police officer who went through not boot camp, but you know, the police academy with him. You know, she said that right at the beginning, right at the beginning, she knew that there was something special about him and their relationship, and that he was going to be a guy that she wanted to be close to.
And so now we're watching the motorcade come up to Haynes Lineberry, and so, as we have been talking about the entire time, this is the final farewell, and this is going to be the final resting place for Sergeant Dale Nix.
And police officers have cleared the way, so there is no traffic in the same lanes they are using. So it is a seamless ride back to the funeral home.
victim of crime, he was able to come and help them and bring a calm and a peace and real assistance. And I think that says something about his remarkable life and the work that he did. And I thought today the people did a wonderful job trying to encapsulate that. It's hard to put it in words, but when you see the actions of people and you see the man on the street who didn't have much money, who came in and gave money to the family because of how Sergeant Nix treated him as a human being with his big smile, that's a remarkable thing. So I told the family that this is, the people of North Carolina care about them, care about this community, and I wanted to be here to represent the people of this state, to tell them thank you for his life and for their courage as well. Because now, when the funeral is over and when the weeks go by, this is going to get harder and harder for them. But I think what's so important about the law enforcement family is that they're always going to be there for this family.
Thoughts?
In talking with Sergeant Nix's family, what was the emotion like there?
They still are in shock. They're overwhelmed. The word they use is exhausted, because this has just been so overwhelming for them. It's hard for me to even describe because, I haven't been through what they have been through. But what was evident to me was the love they had for him and that he had for them, and that they were resolved to continue on and to try and do things that he would want them to do. It's amazing to me that they can even talk to me from what they've had to go through. But this is a remarkable family, and I'm grateful for the life of Sergeant Nix and for all he's done for so many people. And we need to work hard to fight violence in our communities. This is just unacceptable, and we have to do more to make sure that our communities are safe. We've got brave law enforcement officers like Sergeant Nix, who's not even on the job officially, but still takes the risk and has the courage to try to stop a crime. And this is just a real tragedy today.
What's your biggest message to the Greensboro Police Department and law enforcement across the state of North Carolina following today?
Somebody asked me, what I thought one thing the family could do other than help them directly, because they're getting a lot of help. And I said, I think it would be when you see a law enforcement officer, go up to them and thank them. Thank them for their service, thank them for their courage. And I would say to the Greensboro police community, I know that this is a horrible situation for them. Many of them have personal relationships with them, but even if it's not somebody that you know within the force, it's a brother or a sister. So I thank them for their service. I've told law enforcement officers before over the last few years that I think it's probably the hardest time ever to be a law enforcement officer. And we need to work to recruit more good, smart people to serve in law enforcement, to protect our communities. And so we need to thank them, and we need to show our appreciation to them. It's a tough job.
Last one right here, if you have.
Yeah. And Governor, what does it mean to you to see, law enforcement agencies from all over North Carolina, residents from all over North Carolina sharing words of support for Sergeant Nix and his family?
Well, I think it sends a signal to other law enforcement officers that people do support their efforts and appreciate them for what they do. And I know it meant a lot to his family and to the Greensboro Police Department for so many law enforcement in other localities across the state. The command of the Highway Patrol is here. Federal officials are here. People wanted to show their solidarity and support for this family, for this community, and for the life of this man.
Great. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys. Thank you all very much.
We're going to walk back over to where we were standing earlier and let the governor get out of this area. But, I mean, just like what you were seeing, the governor kind of talked to us just about what he felt and what he experienced inside that service today. Let's move back over here to where people are pulling out of the church parking lot. I mean, cars are still coming out. Just like what the governor said, there's so much support and so much love for Sergeant Nix. And that's proven to be true with all of the people that were in attendance today. Governor Cooper, spoke about the conversation that he had with the family, and he said that the family just kept saying that they're exhausted, they are overwhelmed, they are heartbroken, and for obvious reasons. Sergeant Nix clearly had such a huge impact on so many people, his family included, his police family, people that he didn't even know. And so, today, just like it's been the past few days since this incident happened, it's been somber, and it's been overwhelming and heartbreaking, and we can't say it enough, right? This has been a word that we keep using in this coverage, overwhelming. That is the feeling that is felt whenever you come out here, whenever you go talk to people who knew Sergeant Nix. The governor said that he felt like it was important for him to be here. He said that he met Sergeant Nix a few years ago when he was touring the Family Justice Center, and he wishes that he could have known him more because of just all of the stories that he's heard about him. I mean, having the governor out here to attend this service today, to speak with the family, it just shows even more so how much this man was loved. Chad, Tanya, what are your thoughts on everything that's been happening and what the governor just talked to us about?
It reminds me of what you said too. When the governor used the word exhausted, that's what the word that they used to him. And you talked about how I can't imagine how it feels to be grieving with everybody else, along with what your loss is, and then having to grieve with all of us collectively, because it has been community mourning.
And I mean, I imagine it's both difficult but also comforting, right? To know that you've got, his wife and son have to know that they have an entire city behind them, holding them up at the worst time of their life. I
hope that there is some comfort in that, absolutely.
I hope so too, and I will definitely be thinking of them over the coming days.
So right now we're going to turn to Hannah Jeffries. She is there at Haynes Lineberry, and so we just saw that the motorcade got there just about 10 minutes ago or so. Hannah, what are you seeing happening there now?
Tanya, Sergeant Nix's body has finally been brought back to its final resting place after that heartfelt funeral. There's just no words to describe the funeral and everything that was said for a truly amazing man. He has been brought back here, and just minutes ago his family got out of their cars, and they were just embracing each other and hugging each other. Of course, one thing we need to mention is everybody wearing the black and the blue, his wife and his son, and his son now becomes the man of the house. And as he walks away from the funeral home today, that is what he takes with him. As the family goes home and the people who came out just to watch Sergeant Nix's hearse come back, as they go home too, we must remember that, for us, we might put this to rest today, but the family, for days and days to come, this is what they're going to have to wake up with every single day. And while hundreds and thousands of people were here for the Nix family today, hundreds of thousands of people need to be there for them in the future. Here is the story of one man who came out here today just to be a part of something like this for the day. The start of a hero's processional featured a hearse marked with the Greensboro Police badge, the badge Sergeant Nix donned for 23 years. While serving our community, Randy Piner wanted to honor Sergeant Nix and pay his final respects.
I believe that it would be probably hard to get into the funeral home with the limited capacity they have. So I just wanted to make sure that I had a spot in it.
Piner is calling on all to back the blue, particularly Greensboro Police.
I think the department really needs our support, especially in a crisis like this, and mostly for the family as well, to just let them know that we're here praying for them and loving on them.
As Piner paid his respects, the state of our country rushed through his head.
We're in troubled times, you know, and we need our police force. We need people like the sergeant to step out.
Piner and many around the Triad are standing with the police force, hoping for a renewed respect for those who choose to serve and protect.
They're already putting their lives in their hands already, and to do what he did is just touching. I mean, to know that, you know, he's out to serve and protect, and so we're blessed to have a man like that.
Now, we're not sure of a timeline. We don't know if it'll be now or in the coming days, but Sergeant Nix is supposed to be buried in this cemetery right here behind the funeral home on Westgate City Boulevard. As we mentioned, his family is getting in their cars and everyone is unloading certain vehicles, getting ready to go home. And I think if anything that comes out of today, it should really be the fact that we are denouncing violence. There has been calls for two things in general. Another renewed respect for law enforcement and exactly what they do. And I loved how the preacher said, we were talking about it a little earlier, but nixing the violence. If there is one thing, we can't let this man's death be in vain. It can't stop here. It can't stop today. It can't stop with state leaders and city leaders and all of us so upset. This is something that we must continue because we do not want the Triad to look like this. We don't want the state of North Carolina to look like this. We don't want our heroes to have to be buried because of a senseless tragedy like this was today. And so if anything, we have to make sure that his death was not in vain and that we denounce the violence moving forward. And all of those people that picture from the funeral where you can see thousands, every single seat was filled, and those are so many people in the Triad who support Sergeant Nix. So my encouragement is, if you were going to support him today and his family today, you have to support them in the future. That's how we get through this. I know the family's mantra was we're all in this together, but maybe today their family just grew by thousands because now we are all in this together. We have Sergeant Nix who died from trying to protect us, so it is only our due diligence and our favor in return to help protect him and his family and the legacy that he will leave in the Triad for years and years to come. Once again, if you're just tuning in, Sergeant Nix's body has just been brought back from the church to its final resting place, and he is supposed to be buried in the cemetery behind us. We're not sure of a timeline when, but his legacy, although he'll be in the ground, his legacy will still continue, and all of us have the duty to make sure that it does.
Well said, Hannah. It's been a tough day all around.
It has. Listening to all of the different speakers today gave you different glimpses of Sergeant Nix and how he touched their life and how he touched the lives of so many others, but they all had that one common thread, and that Sergeant Nix was a man that you wanted to be your friend, that you wanted to be your coworker, that you wanted in your corner.
To be your protector.
Yeah.
Let's listen to some of those moments that we saw today.
Know that Sergeant Nix will forever be remembered as a hero, a guardian of peace, a beacon of hope, and a true embodiment of service.
All units badge 873, Sergeant Dale Nix has 1042 for the final time. End of watch December 30th, 2023. Thank you for your service. We have watched from here. Communications clear.
That was a tough moment. That was a tough moment. I can't imagine what it felt like in that room because you and I were out here watching it and both of us just went, ugh.
Yeah.
We could feel the weight of that moment.
Well, and for every law enforcement officer, you know, that is the moment that means it's the end of your career. You want to hear it at the end of your long, decorated career as a law enforcement officer.
When you're retiring, yes.
When you are retiring and you're inside your vehicle and you do the last, the last call. There are tears everywhere, but they're bittersweet tears, right? There was nothing bittersweet about that.
No, it's just sorrow, just grieving, just mourning.
Yeah.
We are continuing our coverage. Sergeant Nix, a final farewell. We're going to take a break from our coverage right now, but we are going to be joining you in just a few moments.
Welcome back to our live coverage that has really proved to be a difficult day for a lot of people of the funeral service of Sergeant Dale Nix.
It started with, you don't think that a motorcade is emotional until you actually see it, and then you see that horse-drawn carriage with the casket in the back, and you see that entire line of law enforcement standing at attention, and everyone in just complete silence. Hundreds and hundreds of people in silence as the casket is making its way into the church. And then that hour and a half funeral service where you were laughing, but you were also crying, and you were grieving, and you were mourning, and then that 21 gun salute at the end.
It was so heartbreaking just to watch it all play out, and then to also listen to just the really heartfelt messages that so many people had to say about someone who we quickly learned was just a really good guy and a great. I wish I could remember the exact words the police chief used: the defender or the protector of the city.
Mm-hmm. I think that we all came away with the thought of, this is a person who should still be here, who should still be doing good. And then every single person kind of picked that up, that moment of loss of he should still be here doing good. But since he is not here, we are going to continue what he taught us to do.
And hearing first from the Family Victims Unit, where he spent a lot of his time, was important to hear. But the thing that I took away from it was how they talked to Sergeant Nix's wife and son. We have a clip of that. We'd like you to hear it.
Will, he was so proud of you. The day you got your driver's permit, he called me and exclaimed, "He did it." He told me everything that you were doing to your Jeep and the things that you were going to do to your Jeep. And he was so excited about you playing lacrosse. Watch out, Northwest lacrosse team. You just gained about 1,000 fans. And finally, I know you and your dad talked about being counselors at Camp Hope. Will, you will be there. I cannot think of a better way for you to honor your dad's legacy than working with youth who have been impacted by trauma and abuse. You will make a fine counselor. Kelly, he loved you deeply and fierce, just the way that you loved him. It was so apparent because he talked about you all of the time. He loved your family dinner nights at Stoke Ridge Tavern. Every home project he ever completed was because he wanted your home to be your sanctuary. He often referred to you, Will, and him being a team. You told us that he would often say, "It's us against the world."
Us against the world. That's how they thought of that.
It was their family mantra.
The family has released a statement. We do want to read it to you so that you can see it and you can hear it all at the same time. The family statement says, "On behalf of our entire family, we want to express our gratitude for all the love, support, and heartfelt gestures in honor of Dale. Thank you for sharing your memories of him and for honoring his legacy of service to this community in such meaningful ways. We thank the community again and ask for your continued prayers."
And I think that family really does have the support and prayers that hopefully that they'll be able to feel them.
And I think that they've seen throughout the last week too how different people are coming together to show honor and support. They talked about it a little bit in their statement. Everything from motorcycle rides to 5K runs to whatever it happens to be. People are just dreaming up different ways so that they can honor his name.
And he just really is woven into the fabric of this city. He grew up here. He graduated from Smith High School. He went to UNCG. He joined he worked at Guilford Metro 911 and eventually joined the cadet or the police academy with Greensboro Police Department. Married his wife here. They had a child here. I mean, they were married for 20 years. He embodies Greensboro.
For sure. Not only does he embody Greensboro, but he also embodies the whole thing of wanting to serve others. We heard it today. It's in his DNA. Let's listen to this.
It was part of his DNA to rescue the weak and the needy, deliver them from the hand of the wicked. We will never know how completely the impact Dale had on this world and what the future impact might be for the lives that he had changed by offering his love and compassion. I think we all can agree that this violence in this world, especially the violence against police, has to stop. I told Kelly and Will about their last name, and the uniqueness of it made me think about a phrase, nix that. There are other phrases that go with it as well. But nix that makes me think like stop that. I wonder if we could honor Dale starting today and forevermore, that we would stand up against all violence and begin to say the phrase, nix that. Nix away all the violence.
Nix it.
How appropriate.
Nix it. We're never going to ever think of that phrase the same way again.
Right. I mean, I will always have the name Nix in my head. And especially, I think that the message was so relevant right now because, look at Greensboro, the city of Greensboro, had a record number of homicides last year. And it was something, we talk about it being in his DNA. He was one of the guys who was trying to nix homicides. And then to have him die that way is, Hannah Jeffrey said it is
it is tragically ironic.
We had the mayor, Nancy Vaughn, on last night talking to her, and this was one of the many topics that we talked to her about. And I said, I remember that night when everything happened and you were doing the news conference, and you said that you were sad and you were angry. And she said, and I am still sad and I am still angry. She says, I'm angry that this kind of violence is still here in our community. And so, you know, we talked a little bit about working to stop that, because like you said, he died doing the exact same thing that he was trying to stop.
Yeah. We've got more team coverage of this very sad and somber day when we come back. Stay with us.
Hello, mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3. Welcome back. As today has been going on, we've actually seen the most beautiful weather of the new year so far. Lots of sunshine, temperatures in the 50s, quite a difference from the big storms we had a couple of days ago. And unfortunately, we are going to go back to that type of weather by tomorrow. Here's what's going on across the United States. Very clear in our neck of the woods right now, but I'm watching a new system form right over here. This is Texas, that's Colorado. There's some spin in the atmosphere that's going to turn into a new storm coming our way. And here's where it'll be tonight, bringing severe thunderstorms to places like Louisiana and Arkansas. That's this evening. By tomorrow evening, going into your Friday night plans. And this is a Friday night system, not so much a Friday system. We do have a risk here in the Carolinas of a couple strong or even severe thunderstorms. Here's how it plays out. By tomorrow morning, you're just waking up to cloudiness, and those clouds will thicken up as we go throughout the morning hours. By the afternoon, that's when the rain will begin. And we have gusty winds similar to last time, just not quite as high. That'll be also the thunderstorm risk for your evening hours on Friday. And then behind it, we are going straight back to big winter for sure. Cold winds blowing on Saturday, sunshine, but really chilly temperatures. And we're going to follow that cold weather all the way into next week. Let's get you a little timeline on the forecast here. This is 2 p.m. tomorrow. Notice hardly any rain still at that point, but as the evening rolls along, this is around 6 p.m. Notice some downpours start to move in from time to time. Temperatures are warming up too, and once they get to a certain level, that'll be when storms are possible. This is around 7, 8, and 9 o'clock. That's the time frame I'll really be watching most carefully, between 7 p.m. and around 11 for possible severe thunderstorms. The rain will stop after that, but we will want to pay attention to those wind gusts, which will be building throughout the day. It's not windy tomorrow morning. It's not really that windy tomorrow afternoon, but by the evening, there are your winds gusting 35 to 45 miles per hour pretty regularly, and they will stay up through tomorrow night. Rain totals are lower with tomorrow's system than they were with the last one, but still around a half an inch to an inch of rain is possible for your Friday. I mentioned those wind gusts. That could cause a couple of issues with a few downed trees or power outages, and probably the biggest thing we want to watch out for is that risk of a thunderstorm or even a low risk of a tornado in our region. That would be tomorrow, 6 p.m. to midnight if it happens. Don't worry, we will have you covered. Just make sure you have your plan ready to go. You can always count on us for that continuous severe weather coverage if it's needed for your area. After that, we're heading into a quiet and cold weekend, and all of next week looks cold as well. You're watching WFMY News 2.
We continue our coverage of Sergeant Nick's A Final Farewell, and we are out in front of Westover Church here on Muirs Chapel Road, and this is where the funeral services were held just about 2 hours ago.
And basically everybody has gone home now. It was quite an incredible day. We had some of our team up and down the area or the roads where they were going to be transporting Sergeant Nick's body. Both to the church, but then also back to the funeral home. I don't think anybody has covered this story as much as our WFMY News 2's Amber Lake has covered it. Amber, now that the church has cleared out and it's kind of gone back to normal over here, what are your thoughts?
Right. The cars may have made their way out of the parking lot, but that emotion still lingers. That overwhelming feeling still lingers. Family members and friends said that Sergeant Dale Nix referred to his family as a team. His mantra for them was, "It's us against the world." He was so proud of his wife and so proud of his son. He was also proud of his department and of his unit. He was the supervisor of the Family Victims Unit and had many people that worked with him, that worked under him, that he made a lasting impression on. One of those was Detective Caroline Holliday. She has known Sergeant Nix for 20 plus years, and she worked with him for over 4 years in that unit. I spoke with her a couple days after Sergeant Nix's passing, and she talked about Sergeant Nix's integrity and the lasting impacts that he's going to have on her as well as the unit. She also spoke today at the service. It was very, very emotional and very touching what she said about him. I'll let you listen to a little piece of it.
Besides the military and fire, I'm not sure there's another profession that understands our camaraderie. So we will carry the torch he has carried, being the light for so many. He taught us well.
And you know, Detective Holliday, whenever I spoke with her a few days after Sergeant Nix's passing, one thing that she kept telling me, and one thing that I really kept hearing today, was that Sergeant Nix was a leader and that he encouraged people to do better. He encouraged people to be better. And that's one thing that a lot of his co-workers are going to take moving forward. I asked them specifically, you know, how do you go to the next day? How do you take one step forward and move on and cope with this severe loss? And they said that they're doing this for him, and they're just going to try to be better officers, better detectives, and a better department for themselves and for Sergeant Nix. A truly encouraging and touching thing to be said of a person who had such a large impact on people.
Yeah, Amber, and I will be curious to see how people move forward from this and use just the teachings, the philosophy that Sergeant Nix instilled in so many people to move forward and to continue his legacy, and just to help other people understand the type of person that he was.
Yeah, the ripple effect that he had on this entire community. Speaking of which, Governor Roy Cooper was here. And you might think, well, the governor goes to any time there is a funeral service for a fallen officer. And while that may be true, he knew Sergeant Nix. He had met him at the Family Victims Unit years ago. And so he had knowledge of Sergeant Nix and had knowledge of all the things that he was doing. And so I wanted to let you listen to a little bit of what the governor had to say about the funeral services and about Sergeant Nix.
It sends a signal to other law enforcement officers that people do support their efforts and appreciate them for what they do. And I know it meant a lot to his family and to the Greensboro Police Department for so many law enforcement in other localities across the state. The command of the Highway Patrol is here, federal officials are here. People wanted to show their solidarity and support for this family, for this community, and for the life of this man.
Boy, to hear Cooper speak and to know that he knew him. You know, we've talked so much about how Sergeant Nix had such a large footprint and how he touched and just so many people's lives and met people over time. Who knew that he had met the governor years ago?
Right. And so when you think about that footprint of how he touched so many people in the community, it seems like that is being reciprocated back. The community has just outpouring of all kinds of support at all these kinds of memorials. The family really wanted to thank the community. So we want to read the family statement now, which is really to you, to the community, to every single person who took part in any of the vigils or any of those places where they were putting candles and things. This family statement says, on behalf of our entire family, we want to express our gratitude for all the love, support, and heartfelt gestures in honor of Dale. Thank you for sharing your memories of him and for honoring his legacy of service to this community in such meaningful ways. We thank the community again and ask for your continued prayers.
We'll be right back. It really is remarkable what this community and all the people in it have gone through over the past week and a half.
Yeah, I mean, a week and a half, you had the shock of everything that happened, and then the knowledge of who that was, and then the spreading of all of that, and then this last final tribute today where the community really gathered together in mass. I mean, at least 3,000 or more people in one place, not to mention all of you who are watching it online. I mean, we grieved together today as a community.
And we have met so many people that we didn't expect to meet over the last several days. I mean, it was like every single day we would hear about 1, 2, or 3 other people who were directly impacted by Sergeant Nix one way or the other. From this agency, he helped this person get out of a domestic violence situation. He helped this person who was a panhandler and just liked that someone said hello to him. You know, and I mean, it just kept going every day. It was like peeling back layers of an onion where you were just getting to the heart of who someone was without them playing a role in that effort at all.
And if you missed any part of the funeral service, we're going to give you a few glimpses of what some of those folks said. And if you watched it, you want to hear these again because these were just such heartfelt stories about Sergeant Dale Nix.
I did my first ride along with him. He was always smiling and never met a stranger. He spoke to people like he had known him his whole life. I think it goes without saying that Sarge showed compassion to everyone that crossed his path. Sarge is the standard for being a supervisor, but he was way more than that. He was a father figure, he was a mentor, and he was our family member.
So with that, I would like to share with you what Sergeant Nix meant for the team. He was dedicated. He gave us 20 plus years of service to this team. And it didn't matter if it was pouring down rain, 110 degrees, a hurricane, or 32 below zero, he was out there with us, and he was the one leading the charge for us. That brings us to this next character, leader. Again, he was the first one out there with us, telling us to come on. As we're all huddled in the corner, shivering, or trying to hide under the awning from the rain, he was standing out there, come follow me. When we had new members join, he was the first one to say, come over here, let's work on this step. Come over here, let's work on this. He took pride in teaching each new member something about the team and how to be a part of this team.
He also said he took pride in knowing a little bit about every single person on their team and would listen to the stories of their kids, and he would just have a smile from ear to ear.
And we heard from so many people that had similar stories to that. I mean, you heard from the police officer who said that she met him right when they were going into the police academy, and she knew just, her instincts that he was a good guy, and so to stick with him. And it was powerful to hear that from her and just to hear from so many other people. We've got quite a bit of live team coverage coming up on what has been a very emotional day coming up on WFMY News 2 at 5. We'll be right back.
Brett, hey, 109876543321, 109876.
Procession route 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh.
No more live
Great.
head nods. Okay. All right. What do we want to say then in our 2 minutes?
Okay, let's just look.
Ice
Let's
cold
look down
milk and
here.
an Oreo cookie. They forever go together like a classic combination when a dark delicious cookie meets an ice cold sensation.
Hi there, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan.
A hero. Yes, test. What's typically a busy, friendly avenue fell silent this afternoon.